No, I don't. Gentlemen.
I thought that was the line.
Did you get
I don't really have
the notes from the subcommittee?
Yeah.
We'll get you.
That's Tom's thing.
Okay.
I just get to sit here. Actually, you probably you can ask better questions. Yeah.
You're still in Carroll. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just the co-op says co-op, just co-op. Yeah, that's what, you got quite a few co-op people over there.
There you go. Should have plenty, hopefully. But I remembered it this time. They have to do it with a magic marker. There you go.
Yeah.
Steve Brown talked to us in the library a couple years ago.
He's got a beautiful building up there, which he turned into a bed and breakfast. That's why you don't want to do it.
You got any office left? Did you have some past family folks there?
The pet benches are important.
Does everybody have the IT subcommittee stuff? Carol, you got yours, right?
Party line.
I just want to make sure you guys have the info. I'm not the chairman of the subcommittee. And I'm going to say yes. I'm trying to change myself. Anybody wants a copy of the IT subcommittee report? Just stapling some together.
I have one, I'll let you autograph it later.
Okay. Well, actually, I'm not the chairman. That would be Representative Belcher needs the autograph. I'm just working for the chairman. It's true.
Going on Zoom? It's crazy. Like,
Melissa,
let's say it's
turn the video on Zoom.
I don't know who the iPhone is that's on Zoom. Sorry.
someone in the neighborhood.
Was that
Not
the,
the owner has to fill out.
was that the director of IT that was on iPhone?
No, she already logged on.
Right, so
I don't know
it's
who
got a bill in there, it's all in there.
I think she was in the Bradley stuff and she said that.
So like, some kid got molested or something in this house. And like, so the mom went to the cops and didn't take all the report. And they were like, no, I can't tell. She's like, my kid is, she's had other issues. So I could go past the house unanimously, so it should be a sense.
get started. Lieutenant Belcher, want to lead us off?
Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clark, will you call the roll, please?
Representative Pavelli.
Yes.
Representative Taylor.
Here.
Vice Chairman Smith.
Present.
Representative Belcher.
Present.
Representative Brown.
here.
Representative Hamlin.
Yep.
Representative Crawford.
Here.
Boyd is here. Representative Petnell.
Here.
Representative Bucco.
Here.
Representative Woodcock. Representative Burrows. Representative McAleer.
Yes, here.
Is that you, Representative Burrows?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Representative Page. Mr. Chairman.
Present. We have a quorum, Mr. Clark.
Yes.
Thank you. Public comment.
Right here. Again. Name is here, call me son if I can. The other day, at your last delegation meeting, there was talk of an investigation. I guess there's some paperwork on it here that I'm just seeing, but I was kind of curious if the board would explain, or the chairman would explain what the investigation is and what the time frame is, who's doing it, why are they doing it, if they're doing it at all.
I was pretty clear with the direction of the delegations going.
Can you elaborate?
No. It's investigative committee. Any further public comment?
Yes, Fred Kane from Wolfboro. I'm sorry I missed the last delegation meeting. I was a little under the weather, but I did watch it. It's just as painful watching it as being here sometime. I'm going to hand out some handouts here, but I was also curious on the investigation committee. The chair did state that they had a request and you were going to honor the request. I put in a right to know who asked for that investigation, and I would like to know that. You know, I have heard in the past that the delegation does not get into personnel matters, they only deal with the finance, and now all of a sudden they're going to get into a personnel matter with an outside contractor. And I just passed out a document that was created by the county here. The previous CFO, what she was paid for 11 months, it was $166,148.37 for 60 and a half days. That's $2,746 a day. If she worked full-time, that'd be over $700,000 this county would be paying for the CFO at that current contract, which included her mileage and her room and board at the Wolfboro Inn. I think that an outside contractor that has resigned on her own, I'm at a loss why you'd be having an investigation on something like that, and I'd like to know who requested it. Thank you very
The
much.
chairman did.
The chairman, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dallas Emery.
Yes, Mr. Emery.
I don't even care about your investigation. None of it ever matters and nothing ever comes of it anyway. I'm here to discuss all of the issues. I watched your committee meetings. I thought, where in the hell is the common sense in this state? Because people were arguing over stupid things that really should have been common sense to most people. I don't know what's going on, and most of it doesn't matter. I keep hearing about the law, and we follow the law. Well, the only person that ever gets held to any standard of the law is somebody like me. Anybody in government, I have never seen anybody get held to the law on anything. We had a COVID committee. Everybody see that COVID committee meeting? Any of it? Because nothing happened, and nothing's gonna happen. Somebody should be going to jail, but nobody's gonna see it. So I just come here to complain mostly. Our school budget's through the roof, nobody cares. Our taxes are going through the roof, nobody cares. Homeless people are homeless because they can't afford to pay the bills at all. That's why they're homeless. How about we work on that? And really, that's really all I'm here to say. I want to make sure I make public comment because this is my only chance to get to say anything to you. So hopefully something happens, but I don't expect anything to. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, first order of business. We have the Carroll County Coalition for Public Health would like to do a quick introduction.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman Avalani and members of the delegation. So I'm Caleb Gilbert. I'm the Director of Public Health for the Carroll County Coalition for Public Health. And here's one of my colleagues, Catalina. Want to introduce yourself?
Good morning, Catalina Kirsch with Carroll County Coalition for Public Health.
So we're an initiative of Grand United Way, and we're one of 13 public health networks that exist in the state of New Hampshire. Our funding comes from Department of Health and Human Services, particularly Bureau of Drug and Alcohol Services and Division of Public Health. We're just handing out some information to cover the priorities that we focus on for public health in Carroll County. So you can take a look at the information in the folders there at your leisure. Just wanted to have a chance to introduce ourselves, talk about and also inform you guys of what our priorities are. And just real quick, we can go through our scopes of services, and then we can open up for any questions. So one of the things we do is we maintain a public health advisory council. We have general membership that meets twice a year, so if anyone's ever interested in attending one of those, just reach out. The purpose of the Public Health Advisory Council is to bring together public health stakeholders from all different sectors across the community, and also to guide the Community Health Improvement Plan. Our Community Health Improvement Plan is currently up this year, so we'll be revising that, working closely with both Huggins and Memorial Hospital through their community health needs assessment information to include that in there as well. And I'll let Catalina talk about a couple other scopes of work.
Our next scope of work that is funded out of block grant money that comes through the state down to us through our public health network is substance misuse prevention. So these are federal dollars that reach our county, and they go towards work that is led out of our office, meeting with educators, youth-serving organizations, faith leaders, civic organizations, and other concerned citizens, parents, and when possible also engaging youth voice as well, to talk about strategies to prevent first use of any alcohol or other substances that can pose harm to a young person, and to prevent addiction. So that involves, like I said, stakeholders and legislators. Local legislators are always invited to be a part of those local efforts as well. So with that, I will pass it back to Caleb.
Yeah, just to run through a few more of the things we do. We also have recently started the Carroll County Veterans Coalition. One of the team members, Jen, orchestrates that. They're actually having their second annual conference tomorrow up in North Conway at the North Conway Community Center from 10 to 3. We have a community health worker position, and she assists with anyone in the public who needs access to care or needs help establishing a primary care provider or establishing a medical home or applying for benefits. So that's a position that we have as well. And then I'll let you, Kelly, talk about the continuum. Yeah.
All right. So my particular role in the public health network is called Continuum of Care Facilitator. That's a lot of words to say that I'm working on organizing the community for better prevention, intervention, treatment, and recovery when it comes to alcohol and other substances and its impact on our community. So again, I involve stakeholders from across different sectors, business, nonprofit, education, healthcare, local legislation is invited to be at that table. And we work on identifying what are the needs in the community and how we can collaborate to address them. It can include trainings, it can include applying for grant funds to bring resources into the community. It can include how do we work on increasing the number of behavioral health services in the region. It can include just getting input from the community of what's happening on the ground so that we can be up to date and prevent addiction, prevent overdose, and increase access to treatment and recovery for people. So along with that is we are currently involved in a short-term grant-funded effort to support the Governor's Office Recovery-Friendly Workplace Initiative. So I'm playing a role in doing outreach to our local businesses and business owners to let them know that there is this program out of Granite United Way that offers no cost to the employer, information, resources, and a recovery-friendly advisor that can advise them on how can we run a business in such a way that if one of our employees runs into a chronic health condition that is related to alcohol or other substance, how do we connect them to the help that they need so they get healthy, get back to work, and stay on the job? We're in a tight labor market, and we can't afford to lose workforce to chronic health conditions, to include addiction. So it's an effort that we've been involved in. We have various of our biggest employers, like the hospitals and other employers that are signed on, and we're recruiting more. So that's something that you may hear about as I travel around to different chamber events and such like that. And I'll pass it back to Caleb.
And lastly, we're playing a role in New Hampshire Care Connections. So that was a program to implement closed-loop referral services in the state of New Hampshire. So Unite Us was the awarded vendor, and they have a software platform that allows folks to send electronic referrals and close the loop on it so you can see if the referral's been received, see if action's been taken. And that could be anyone from a primary care provider, a dentist, someone who works in the housing assistance, or anything really that serves people, anything that's health and human services related. So we have a community engagement coordinator who's working on that and recruiting partners who provide services to sign up for that platform and utilize it. And lastly, which is an important one too, is a public health emergency preparedness. So that's really working with our municipalities, our partners, to help them be ready and to be able to respond. So be prepared for any type of natural disaster, public health emergency, be it a pandemic, illness, and then also how to respond to that. So we have a staff person who assists anyone in that building capacity in that area. So. And just of note, our time here today is funded by the Charitable Foundation, New Hampshire Charitable Foundation, because it's kind of typically outside of our scope of state funds to be able to advocate and educate legislators. So that's where our time is being covered today. But if you have any questions, let us know. My contact's in there, and our website's listed on there. So we'd like to be a resource to you guys, you folks, whenever something comes across your desk as a piece of legislation that touches on one of these topics, that we're here as a resource.
Yes, we want to be a resource to you. We have subject matter experts on various topics. You're going to see proposed legislation come across your desk, and you'll be making decisions that impact the public health of the people of Carroll County and across the state. And if we want to be a resource to help give you the best information that's available to us to help you make those determinations. So please use our office as a resource. There's legislation coming up next week that you'll be making decisions upon. So we ask you to think about the public health of our region, in ways that are fiscally responsible, but also kind of help prevent disease, and also to help our citizens to be as healthy as they can be. So we thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question.
Yeah.
Do you have any boots on the ground to interact with local police departments if they have an immediate need for something that occurs?
We do, yeah.
I can answer that. Our stakeholder groups that are working on substance misuse prevention and continuum of care have regular contact with our local law enforcement. A special example of that is currently an initiative called the Carroll County Sequential Intercept Mapping. Again, a lot of words that says we're working on trying to help identify people moving through the criminal justice system and connect them to mental health supports as needed. to do a better job of identifying those needs and connecting them to proper help. So we're in regular contact with the chiefs of police, with fire chiefs as well. We work with them on getting Narcan out into the community to prevent overdose. We also work with them every April and October on the National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day. Mostly all of our police departments in Carroll County are regular participants in that effort, and we get tons of, we get pounds and pounds of unused and prescription medication out of the medicine cabinets and out of our natural waterways, which is good for the environment, and it also prevents addiction. So we're in regular touch with them.
And we do, recently we've been helping out with the town of Tamworth, Chief Littlefield's exploring a way to bring someone who could play a role of a resource navigator or social worker type role to that town to be able to assist with those calls that are challenging or frequent call responses to same residents to be able to help with those situations. So we've been a part of that too, and that's moving forward. We've been implementing Drug Take Back Day for over a decade now. So
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for taking my question. So my question is, what's your total staffing, and do you have direct resources, or are you primarily referring agency?
So the direct service provider we have is a community health worker. She works one-to-one with people, and obviously she's trying to get them the resources they need, so it's a referral piece. We work with partners to build capacity. That's a major focus of what we do. We help the people who are helping others. We do have a lot of direct contact with partners, so agencies that provide services. Our current staffing level is 6, so myself, Catalina, we have Jen Thomas, we have Slither Hernandez, she's the community health worker. We have our emergency preparedness coordinator, Lindsay, and we also have that person I mentioned who's doing the care coordination, our New Hampshire care coordination, and he covers much more than Carroll County though. He covers from the seacoast all the way up to Plymouth. So
Each staff member covers either 1 or 2 of the items on this list.
and things change as different funding comes in from the state, or different. Sometimes the state has different priorities, or maybe there's some funding for a program that they want to see implemented by the public health network. So we have to be reflexive and reactive and proactive too.
Follow?
Just a quick follow-up, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So basically, you're primarily a referral agency to get people to the right groups so they can get their help.
More specifically, to answer your question, thank you for your question. More specifically, I like to describe us as the people who help the helpers. So we are working in, we're running committees and stakeholder groups that include educators, social workers, healthcare workers, local legislators, law enforcement, faith community, and we're working at these round tables. And one group is working on early childhood, and another group is working on addiction prevention. Another group is working on the health of older adults. See, so we have focus committees on various health priorities, and then we work to see what are the needs in the community in those specific areas based on the data coming from hospitals, coming from schools, data coming from the state, coming from the federal, and then the group decides, all right, this is the data says this is a need. How do we work collaboratively across the county to, the school can do this part, the hospital can do this part, the police department can do this part, and then we come up with strategies of how to address the issues.
That Callie mentioned earlier too is the sequential intercept mapping program that was hosted here for 2 days with the New Hampshire Judicial Branch. And that's an example of bringing those stakeholders together and see if we can all be rowing the boat in the same direction. That's really what we're trying to talk about, is bringing our efforts together to make a difference in a concerted way where we're all working in concert with one another. And that's ideally how these types of problems are solved.
Another example is we have a seat at the table at the Regional Coordinating Council for Transportation. We have a seat at the table at folks who are working on homelessness. We have a seat at the table at folks who are working on food security. And so that's how we try to play a role in leadership in the region to support the health of the community.
Thank you. Representative McAleer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. How many of your positions are actually full-time?
So they're all full-time now, yeah. Yep.
Second part is any concerns about future funding that you might have?
I mean, there's always challenges, you know, like, there's been flat funding for public health networks for a while now, so it's always a challenge. It's a lot of piecemealing different funding streams together. Like Catalina said, about a good portion of it comes from the Substance Abuse Prevention and Treatment Block Grant that comes to the state, and then DHHS, the state level, administers that. And there's also money that comes in from the federal CDC, Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and that's through a cooperative agreement that also is administered at the state level. And the rest is just kind of piecemealed as different things come and go. So I think there's always concerns about sustainability and funding. Anything that...
For example, we get opportunities like, there might be an opportunity through New Hampshire Charitable Foundation or through other organizations that, you know, opportunities pop up, and then Granite United Way applies for that specific pot of money to do a specific project that might have a begin end date.
Like the New Hampshire Care Connection is a perfect example of that. They were looking for someone, Unite Us, who's the software provider, was looking for folks at the community level to be able to be knowledgeable about the system, go out and teach partners how to use it, and that was a very specific project. So it's time limited often. I mean, that project's 5 years. And the more sustainable funding is those two sources I just talked about, the Substance Abuse Prevention Treatment Block Grant and then CDC Cooperative Extension. Everything else is just kind of pulled in as projects come and go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions for Coalition? I just have one. Years ago, we had an IDN program.
Yes. Yep.
You guys are an offshoot of that, or a?
We were a participant of that group, and that brought together COOS, Upper Grafton, and Carroll County to work on those demonstration projects. There's still some projects that exist out in the community. One is Point Click Care, which was an alert system. So if a patient of a provider, is admitted to an ED somewhere else outside the system, that notifications come back and follow up and be done with that patient. That really tries to cut down on utilization of emergency departments. That's one example that's still happening out there, and there are many others too. But the IDNs have kind of dissolved, but there's still some legacy projects happening.
But I think the public health networks have been around since 2013.
Yeah, that's when they were officially established. Yeah.
That's how the state of New Hampshire organized to meet essential public health functions across the state by setting up these networks. We are one of 13 networks across the state.
And the seed funding really came from post 9/11 as a response to anthrax. Remember the anthrax scare? That's where money was taken from the federal government and put down in local communities, and it's kind of just grown outward from there. So that was really the first initial piece of funding and priority that was worked on. And it's just kind of grown since then.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have you guys met our new superintendent at the jail?
Yes. Yeah, we've been at the same table in the sequential intercept mapping effort that I described, and yes, we're very glad to partner.
Great, good to hear it. Thank you for all your service.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the delegation.
Yep, you're very welcome.
Quick one, James here again at the County Sun. I understand that the county gets opioid settlement money, and I was just wondering if you guys are all dispersing it this year, or if you guys have paying some.
The note we got today, it looks like we're not getting any this year.
Not getting any?
Correct.
Oh. For 2025, coming up?
Our note from the commissioners was we're not getting any opioid money.
Okay.
So, can't answer your question.
All right.
All right. Approval of the TAN borrowing. Ms. Siemens, do we have a motion or that we need to be word for word for the bond council?
No,
It just needs to be an appropriation?
correct. And you have a sheet in your packet showing the rates this year and the tax exempt portions. And the treasurer is here.
Yep. Come on up, treasurer. You gotta sign off on this. Representative Woodcock, good to see you, sir.
Apologize for my late arrival.
Not a problem, sir. I was stalling for you. Come on up. Grab a seat.
I didn't want Secret Service coming
Not at all, buddy. Let's see. So, you're aware of what a TAN note is?
Very much so.
Have you been read into
Yes.
this? these are the best rates we can get.
Looks like a favorable rate environment year over year.
Perfect. You're aware of the tax exempt and taxable portions?
Yes, sir.
Your signature will be on these at some point,
Very
and you're
comfortable.
comfortable where we need to be?
Yes, sir.
$17 million.
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Representative Smith Woodcock. Any questions for the treasurer on the TAN note borrowing? This is our standard contract, and it is with which bank?
Bank in New Hampshire.
Thank you. Any further questions? Mr. Park?
Okay, Daniel borrowing. Representative Fidelli.
Yes.
Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Smith.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pettinel.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
yes,
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
And Page is absent. Chairman Alvalani.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Do we need to do anything else for the TAN note, Ms. Siemens?
Not today, thank you.
Thank you. Representative, we're moving on to the budget. Representative Belcher.
Sorry, we're looking at IT?
IT, all you.
All right. We met briefly before our meeting here this morning to clarify our recommendation as the subcommittee. 2 members present. The recommendation was not changed, remains the same, but it was clarified to make sure everyone understood what the official recommendation would be. The recommendation out of the IT subcommittee is for a total of 2 county employee IT positions, that is specifically the IT director position and the IT help desk position, full-time positions. Further utilizing contract work with federal and ARPA funding to enable a secondary contract if that's necessary immediately to help get us up to speed where we need to be for the upcoming deadlines. Utilizing our current contract wherever we can and is appropriate per the commissioners, and maintaining a recommendation of an independent audit of the new IT system and infrastructure once it is substantially completed. We spoke to and addressed the various concerns that had come up about how many persons exactly are needed, employees versus contractors, and we are comfortable with the recommendation as it comes out of the committee. And I will highlight that to answer better what came up in our last meeting regarding the licensing line item, that there has been need for new licenses for certain things that were not up to date, as well as new licenses for the upcoming shift to Microsoft, rather Windows 11, and that future line item for licensing should go down significantly after this year. And unless Representative Brown has anything else, that's where we're at with IT.
I just wanted to make sure that the full delegation knew that in past subcommittee notes, we talked about the inability to get people to do the work, and whether we would use our own people or whether we would use contracted people, and the concern about availability of those contracted people. I've reached out, and through Representative Smith, we've got another name that does work in our county. So those people would be available to do contract work to expedite the projects that we need to do to complete for the security updates and physical updates for this year. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So your recommendation is as stated in the current 633-152?
I'd like to verify just
Page 9.
with, yes. I'd like to verify that that is the numbers for those 2 positions. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes, that's the numbers with those.
I'm redoing the math, Mr. Chairman, because the 633 is the commissioner's recommendation, and that included the third person.
Thought the 827 was for 3 people.
It was, actually for 4, and we came back and asked for a revised request, and then a second revised is what you have in front of you, so the numbers have to be adjusted.
Thank you.
I didn't do it on our paperwork because it hadn't been voted, but if you'd like me to recalculate, I can.
That would be fantastic. Representative Brown.
Just for clarification, we did not validate what dollars would be needed to expedite the projects through use of an outside service contract, because they have not come in to look at the scope for the work. So I would be comfortable right now with at least putting a line item in for the dollar amount that the commission has recommended at this point. And then by reviewing the contract, they could update that information, if indeed that's the way they go. You know what I'm saying?
Kind of confused on that one.
Go ahead, Mike.
If I may, I think what we're saying is, whatever is necessary for the delegation to do to begin making ARPA funding available for this project, we should, if possible, begin the process of undertaking it, so when we have a number, that can be utilized for that.
I think at the end of today, we will have a solution for that.
Excellent.
Representative Bucco, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the notes from last, I think this is notes from last week, it says ongoing and perpetual need for 3 full-time IT personnel, and that it's by preference and not a necessity.
Representative Belcher, you can answer.
I can speak to that. That was part of our notes for outlining today's meeting and what we were going to cover. The commissioners had brought to us a budget that requested 3 full-time IT employees within the county. In our, not this meeting, but our last meeting, the question was posed directly to the IT director whether we could foresee an ongoing and perpetual need for 3 full-time positions once the initial bulk of work is complete. And the answer that we got back is we just don't know. And then further, the question was posed whether there's a need for those 3 full-time county employees or if it could be managed on the basis of contract work. There was a preference expressed for employees, but it was not a necessity that was expressed for employees.
Representative Cordell.
Thank you.
Oh, I'll get back to you, Tom.
Okay.
No.
Good. Representative Bucco, follow up.
On that one,
Yep.
on that one point, that if this delegation appropriates the funds, they'll be used.
Correct.
They will get used.
You are correct. That's why we're taking our time with this. Representative Cordelli.
Yeah, I'm confused by much of this that I'm hearing. This March 15th memo talks about this currently 1.5 staff, which we know, a director and a part-time person. It's requested for a full-time help desk person and for the part-time person to be upgraded to full-time. Is that the 3 positions that we're talking about?
If I may.
Please.
Clarify, the request, the modified request, the most recent request from the commissioners were for 3 positions. That would be a director position, a IT specialist position, and a help desk position. And all 3 would be full-time. The current, most probably, the current part-time help desk person would be moved into the full-time help desk position. There is not anyone that we're aware of that was currently in the pipeline for the IT specialist position. It was expressed to us that it could, depending on the specifics, take some time to fill that particular role, once assuming it was authorized by the delegation.
Follow up?
If I could, yes.
Please.
March 15th memo talks about a director and a part-time specialist. There's no mention of a part-time help desk person. Where is this part-time help desk person?
Is that presently, where is that?
Yeah, right. I thought you said a part-time help desk person.
My understanding is there is presently a part-time help desk person on loan from the county attorney's office who is operating in the IT position.
It was my understanding from last year that they were doing technical assistance for the director. They weren't a help desk per se. We put into the budget money for a help desk system last time. I think it was $4,000 approximately, $5,000 in that ballpark range.
Correct.
So I'm confused about what positions do we have now, what positions are being asked for?
Do you have clarification, Representative Brown?
Yes.
I'd like to kick in that to the commissioners.
So the idea is that based on what we reviewed with the director, there was some clarification that we asked for at least 3 times. And what it came down to is the fact that this is kind of a combined position. She basically feels that she needs 2 full-time staff people to do the work right now, and, if I may,
Yep.
that she could not guarantee that they would be able to hire people off the street to fill these positions at this point, which is when we talked to them about whether or not we could do this with outside service contractors, where we were told that, based on what had been happening recently, that there was no one available to do that work. So myself, Representative Smith, and Representative Belcher reached out to folks that we knew within the county and found that there were contractors available to do this work. And so that it wasn't clear, we determined that based on what the need was and the fact that we have a critical infrastructure piece that we have to do, that we felt that 2 people, regardless of what the title was justified. And in order to meet the deadlines of the security issues in regard to the software, that we felt this work could be done with an outside contractor who does similar work in the county. 2 different folks that we reached out to that said that they would be able to do this work to enable.
I got all that.
Well, but it doesn't seem that it's clear to you because the fact is.
Let me backtrack.
Well, wait a minute, the fact is.
Hold on.
The fact is that we've said, I'm not hung up on what they title this person. I'm hung up on the fact that we need 2 full-time people to do the work, and the fact that they can't do it because they can't hire the people. And just so you know, I also have background in the corporate world as far as the IT
Congratulations.
system.
Thank you
Well, I'm
very
trying to
much.
let you know that.
So do I.
I have.
Everybody relax.
Okay, so.
Representative Belcher.
If I may, just, I think I can better address what you were asking specifically, which is at present, the totality of IT resources in the county include an IT director role, a part-time help desk role, which is in person on loan from the county attorney's office. And we have an outside contract as well as a contractor or consultant brought in by the director position. So that's what's currently existing.
Right, and that's the contract that we've had ongoing for a number of years. Right. That.
Not the consultant, but the contract, yes.
Right.
Yep.
Right, the contract.
Yes.
Right, and that goes through
Follow up?
26. Right, March 26.
Yes.
Correct.
Goes till next March.
Yeah. So,
Follow up,
follow up, thank you.
please.
So we have a request for 3 full-time positions to do upgrades and so forth as required. But it's not clear that they can do the upgrades in a timely fashion. So there might be need for a third party to come in to do those upgrades. Is that what I'm hearing?
If I may.
Please.
It was expressed that they probably could do the upgrades as necessary with the 3 full-time positions. However, it was also expressed that there may be some difficulty in filling one of those positions, which is why we then explored the possibility of an outside contractor, which is why the official recommendation from the committee was not for the 3 requested, but 2 of the requested, plus using those ARPA funds for a contract to expedite the initial bulk of work.
Could I follow up?
Follow up.
What does the current contractor, who's being paid through 2026, do then, if we're going to bring in another outside contractor to do work?
That's a great question. Do you have a
May I?
representative, I'm sorry, Commissioner McGee, please, clarification?
Try to envision we're building a new system and we're currently running our existing system. The outside, the contract we have, that we've had for 20 years, runs the current system. And that's his job. The other people are building the new system. all the current contractor does is help them migrate information over to our new system, which, as it's evolved over 20 years, is a lot bigger. It sounds like an easy job, but it is not an easy job, and it's time consuming, and that's where our biggest challenge is right this minute. And it's not necessarily throwing bodies at it, it's just having the time to find the information, and I don't really want to go further into it than that. But the outside contractor from Cybercrime running our current system continues to do that until March or until we're ready to go live with our new system. And the other people will build a new system.
Follow?
The new system,
Yes.
is that based on-site, or is that a cloud-based system?
That's an on-site system. And there's a lot of debate about if that's the way to go or not. And again, in a public forum, I don't really want to get too deep into the weeds here, but there's a lot going on right now. Every day, the cyber attacks are nonstop, and we feel it's best to bring it in-house.
Representative McDonald.
My apologies, sir. That's okay, Mr. Chairman. Can I just ask Melissa what she has for a new figure for the bottom line? And what that includes, whether it's 2, 2.5, 3 positions, according to her figures?
There were a couple of other reductions that weren't addressed in the subcommittee, so I don't know if you'd like to entertain those. I can share those with you, or outside of the salaries.
Do you have a bottom line for the budget?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, would you just like the bottom line?
I would like the salaries broken down first, all the way through till supplies and repairs. Licensing looks like it changed from 80,000 to 39,000. I'm guessing we need to go back to a higher number.
Would you like me to speak to that, or?
I'd like somebody to.
Okay, so that number is reduced because the IT department had, can't see, the IT department had discovered that we have enough versions of of Office 2019, that we don't need to purchase the Office 2024 this year. We should use what we already have, and it's sufficient. So we're offering a reduction in the licensing line.
Okay, computer expense contracts as well, 066, there's also a reduction.
Yes, so we're requesting to spend $27,240 using formerly ARPA funds on the consultant, because that's hopefully just going to get us to the new system, and it won't be an ongoing expense of that amount. So we're offering a reduction in the operating budget if we can use ARPA for the consultant.
Question?
Trying to process that because it is an expense of the county that's covered by ARPA funds. I don't know if we should put it in the budget or not. Representative Cordella.
Yeah, when you mentioned consultant, is that the possible third party that we're hearing about, that we might need to bring in because the 3 people or 2 people, whatever it is, can't do it?
We currently have that person under agreement at the county. We've had that person for several months, actually, who's been helping build the new system.
Okay.
So I guess it would just, your preference, if I were going to take it, then I can give you a bottom line, or I can at least give you the salaries.
No, we'd have to transfer that ARPA money into the budget because you're making a payout to an employee or a 1099 to a consultant.
So you want me to just leave it in the operating budget, or?
I think we should leave it in the operating budget.
All right, I'll put it back, and then I
Thank
can
you.
give you a bottom line. Sure.
If I make just a quick comment, I think I'll answer the question that just came up. There has been a contractor with a high level of specialty expertise necessary to help build out and plan the system, the infrastructure that has been worked on up to this point. But the other contract that is under discussion as part of the recommendation is more about, it's more of just a throwing bodies at the problem kind of thing, because we need man hours to get from A to B in time for our transition this fall.
Representative Cordelli.
The current contractor who is helping with the new system, where is his expense in this?
If I may, that's what was just, we were just discussing what's coming out of the
066.
066.
It's at the bottom of page 8.
Okay.
And perhaps moving to ARPA.
Then we also have a new equipment line as well for 70,000. Is that not being reduced as well? Page 9 at the top. Or is that something specific that we need to buy? Because we way overspent last year.
I can speak briefly that it was suggested that there is some fairly substantial one-time buy equipment that needs to be purchased to progress in the transition.
And that is the recommendation of the consultant.
Consultant and IT director.
Okay. Can that be covered by ARPA funds if it's a one-time expense? We can do a flip on those numbers for adding in the employee and then adding out some equipment. So not adding to the budget.
If that's allowable under the concept that it's a IT security upgrade, I would think it could.
Thank you. Ms. Siemens, you want to make that change?
There's always going to be a need for new equipment, right, in the IT department. Would it be acceptable to keep it at the 24 budget level of 25,000 and then do the rest out of ARPA?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
And I know Representative Cordelli is going to have a question on the countywide contracts. What is that money for? Which is 098.
That is for our presently existing external contractor who's running our current system before the transition occurs.
And seeing as our transition is going to happen this year, what is his role going to be at the when that system is no longer running?
He'll have no role.
Representative Cordelli?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
He will have no role. Effectively, his system will be gone and we'll be using.
Do we have an anticipated date for turn on of the new system?
We do not.
Are we under?
We are, and I can let the IT people speak to this, but we have to be Windows 11 compliant by October of this year. So we have every intention of being somewhere before that.
Is the IT people here?
Yes.
Justin?
Come on up.
Come on up, buddy. I didn't even see you back there.
I'm in the car, don't come out here. Just observing.
Step into the fray, my friend. Well, Representative Cordelli, that is one of your new employees.
You've been here for a while.
Correct.
Fine.
Hmm?
In the DA's.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, yes,
County
I
attorneys.
recall, yes, right, yeah, yeah.
So he's moving over from the county attorney's office. We're leaving in place the administrator, or the
Yep.
head IT person.
Right.
We are also maintaining Cybertron to run our current system, and we are going out to contract to facilitate building out the rest of the system in a timely fashion. So the question I have, Justin, is is this going to be a complete shutdown rollout, or is this going to be a department-by-department specific rollout to catch bugs before we go live with the entire county?
So it is a department by department for the exact reason, so just kind of like the first department will be the county attorney's office, because I know them well, it's a smaller office and kind of they work more portal, and I also know the software they use really well, which was some of the concerns. So they should hopefully be fully functional by the end of this month, if I have everything correctly done and everything looks to be on that time of matter. And so if everything goes good there and there is no bugs or anything like concerning, then it will be the administrative office will be added in a couple of weeks. Then the next step will be looking at the MVC, then HOC, and then the sheriff's office, because sheriff's office is a lot of more specialty software, especially hardware requires.
Without getting into security details on that, I think they have 2 separate systems.
Yeah, I'd rather not like
Okay,
go to.
understood. We'll just gloss right over that. So that'll also be rolled into the new Windows system
Yeah,
for for their low-level scheduling, whatever, not security.
Yeah, so everything will have to be compliant, to be able to have trust partnerships with other type of people inside state entities. We have to have everything at minimum Windows 11, because that is no longer, will be security updated in October. So every device on this county will be up to compliance.
Will you be, okay, so back to that, will you be prioritizing the public safety area first to make sure that is up and running?
Yeah, so.
And then move into other departments?
Yeah, so the reason why we want to have the most time, because emergency services is the main priority for this county, I believe personally, because like that's the most risk for anything. So that is the one we were going to make sure will be the most taken care of department. The reason why, like I said, I'm doing the county attorneys first is I know their systems, I know what they do, I know how it handles it, and then we can make a decision like how that rollout goes. Then we can be like, okay, these bugs could be possible and here this, so let's eliminate those, and then when we do the sheriff's, we should have every base covered to make sure that it's down for the sheriff's office.
Sounds fantastic. Much better system than what we have now, as I'm guessing.
Significantly.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, I've met you before, Steve Woodcock. If I may.
Please.
If I understand, you were on loan from the AG's office to the IT.
Yep.
And you're going to roll over to full-time in the IT office.
Correct.
So, what happened to the AG's office support?
They still have support, and they will be able to replace me if they need it. We should be able to get them taken care of. I'm not just providing, I didn't just provide IT support for the county attorney's office. I did other like administrative tasks as well. So in reality, in the IT department, I still will help them with their IT department issues.
Okay. So there's going to be one,
Oh, sure.
so there's going to be one staff less?
For the county attorney?
Yeah.
They will, but they're looking to fill that position after he's moved over.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you both.
Yeah, we just can't make that change till the budget's done.
That's fine. Thank you.
Question? No. Stevens, do we have our new numbers yet?
Yep. So we'll start with the bottom line and then work our way up.
Sounds great.
Down. Okay. So the bottom line is $565,852. $565,852. Let's start at the top with
Please.
the salary is 169,763.
Yep.
Social Security is 10,525. The short-term disability, 884. Medical insurance, 42.
Oh, well, you said short-term disability is 884?
Yes.
Thank you.
Medical insurance, 42,830.
Is that a guess, or is it going to be actual? Because we have history on both.
Yes.
Thank you.
Retirement, 22,307. Workers' comp, 308. Unemployment tax, 103. Dental insurance, 893. Medicare, 2462. Education and conferences, 5,000. Licensing, $39,077, 39077.
Thank you.
Supplies and repairs, 11,200. Computer expense contracts, 46,000. Telephone and internet, 68,500. New equipment, 25,000. And countywide contracts, 121,000.
Last year they went over at 131, was that just an anomaly or an extra payment, or?
Okay, so the countywide contracts also includes something else, the MSDS. And I would defer to Bob Murray to explain what that is.
Also, that has his material safety data sheets
You
for the
got it.
nursing home. Thank you.
Nursing home, jail, countywide,
Yep.
MDS,
Yep, understood.
So that's a $10,000 subscription annually, so, yeah.
It's well worth it. Otherwise, you'd have to keep books everywhere, Bob, right, if you had to work
Still
electronic?
have to keep books, but
I know.
yes.
I know.
Paper.
All right, we have our bottom line, recommendation from the IT committee. Any further questions?
One,
Representative Woodcock.
thank you, Mr. Chair. If the Bob's program uses 10,000 annually for his work, and that's the difference between the 131 and the 121, why isn't that on next year's projection?
Sounds like a reasonable question to me. That was almost my question. Is it a one-time fee, or is it a month,
No, it's
yearly?
annual.
Annual?
Yeah.
So that should be, half that should be allocated to the nursing home, because they have the largest, you guys have all the chemicals over there.
Well, everybody has chemicals, but yeah. How that's above my pay grade.
So I have the math behind this that was originally provided. It's the contractor at 103,000. The contractor also covers the deeds, which is 6,000. And then MSDS online for 2025 at 10,000 gets you to 119, and to put 121 in there, so,
Okay. And that covers Bob's 10,000?
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Boom, boom. Where did Justin go?
Oh, sorry.
Just a question, are you gonna be taking over the deeds support?
That is something that I would leave up to the director. We will support him in any role that she decides that she wants our support.
Okay, because we do pay an additional cost for that, so I'm just wondering if that's gonna be part of the IT department.
At this moment, I don't believe it is.
But it will be part of the IT department moving forward on the new system? And is the registry of deeds gonna be on the new system, or are you gonna be on your own independent system that you guys have for your... I'm just making sure we're budgeting correctly for next year.
My understanding is that because this was to happen so late into the year, that we were sort of going with the status quo, or at least for the registry, through most of 2026. We do get occasional help from IT in-house, though we do try to utilize cyber.
Understood. Thank you, didn't mean to put you on the spot. So that would no longer be an additional cost? Because he charges $500 a month, I'm guessing, because it's a $6,000 charge to the deeds, in here for
I will
coverage.
confirm that, yes.
Thank you. All right. I want to thank the subcommittee for their work on this. I know it's not easy work to think into the future around IT because it's not usually within our wheelhouse. But I thank you for your time. And thank Representative Page too, and Representative Woodcock. We have a motion and a second.
Move.
Representative Belcher,
I'll second that.
Brown. Any further discussion? Mr. Clark, 565-852.
Okay, the motion is to approve the IT budget for Commissioner Technology in the amount of $565,862. Representative Cadelli.
Yes.
Representative Carroll.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Smith.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamblin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Petno.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrows. Representative Burrows.
Melissa?
Yep, she's trying to rejoin Zoom, I apologize.
Okay. Representative McAvoy.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
There she is.
Representative Burrows, yes or no, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have any questions, Representative Burrows? I know you missed part of the discussion.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got cut out for a few minutes. I think I got it, thank you.
You're welcome. We'll move on to Finance Department. Page 4. Okay. We have an overview of that from the commissioners.
An overview?
Correct. I see red lines after we've got your proposal.
If I can find it. So listen, would you like to see this?
Should be on page 4.
Yeah, on the list. Which ones would you like, all of them?
Well, in December, we were given the proposed budget. You have a list of changes you'd like to see us make, so could you discuss some of the changes you'd like to make? Start there.
Okay, we could start at the top, the county auditors.
Yep.
There's not enough in that line item as proposed to cover the GASP, the actuarial evaluation, so we've added extra to that line.
Could you explain what that is? So there are new members?
Sure, so it's part of the audit so that we're GASP 75 compliant, and it looks at the long-range liability for medical insurance and retirees, and it's part of our audit. And that part is done by a separate company than our auditor, so that's typically out by the end of March. They're actually working on it right now. So, I guess we could skip around a little bit.
Nope. Can you explain who that second company is? Because if they're doing an audit, the delegation should be approving it.
So Jefferson Solutions, they typically do it I believe every other year, and it's approved by the commissioners. I haven't seen the delegation approve that in the past, just the regular financial audit gets approved, so
Okay.
if you'd like something different, we can.
Nope.
Do
Just
it
want
for
to
the
make sure
next-
that we are doing what we are doing.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure.
You may continue on.
So I'm going to skip around for a second. So 098 contracted services is where the contracted CFO salary or payment was. We've asked to keep some funds in there to cover the January payment to that contractor, as well as the CPA that we contracted with to help us with our end-of-year reconciliation and preparing for the audit. So sorry to bounce back and forth, but it all
Okay.
plays together. So the commissioners are currently in the process of finalizing a job description, putting out the advertisement to recruit a finance director. So 007, rather than CFO salary, it says finance director salary, and 65,000 placeholder in there, which is anticipated to be a May through December number. And so 009, we have salary adjustments for the 3 staff members in the finance office, the related payroll expenses that go along with that. Electricity and propane, again, those have been increased as requested by the facilities director. Travel, that's reduced significantly, 070, from 11,000 down to 1,200 because we don't really travel much. They don't, in the finance office, they don't travel much, maybe to the post office, the bank, but that previously was used for the contractors' travel to the county. And I think that's an overview, if you had questions.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. The, as I understand it, then the finance director is a new position.
It's a replacement position.
Okay,
It
right.
would be a replacement position for the CFO.
And
Follow-up?
the CFO, there will be no CFO position then.
That, we have not determined that yet. We are working to try and determine what we need that position to do.
One at a time. Representative Cordelli, follow-up.
So that possible position is not in the budget.
It is. 007.
That,
It's a new request.
okay.
The red
So-
lines that
so
you're seeing, a new request.
It was-
Commissioner McGee.
It was under contracted services, 098, which last year we had budgeted for 100, which the actual was 156,000. And if you'll notice, we dropped that down to 30,000.
Right.
And the 65 is to account for what we feel we'll have to spend for, at the point where we bring somebody on board from now till the end of 25.
Follow-up?
Yeah. So if I understand it correctly, the CFO position, which was under 098, is being replaced by 007, the finance director position.
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Whitcomb.
Thank you.
Ask, we'll get it.
Yeah, I guess, so I'm looking at I understand the CPA audit money and the transition in the contract. I get that. So 098 would be just for the balance. But the 007, can you give me a projected annual salary? I understand you're saying it's 65,000. Can you give us a projected annual salary you're looking at in that job?
I'm not sure I can. I'm not sure I can, we haven't really explored it right this day. Again, to figure out what we need. I would say my guess is probably 125,000 annually plus benefits. That would be my guess. But that's, I mean, looking at what's happened in the marketplace for management people for counties, the prices have gone up significantly. So we will, when the time comes, we will have to work and see where we end up with.
Follow-up?
Thank you. So that 65,000 is like 5/12 salary, right? Just as May through? I mean,
May,
March through
and in reality, we probably won't be able to bring anybody on by May 1st. It'll probably be a little later than that.
Follow-up?
Thank you. So your intent is not to exceed the prior contract of 156?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to make sure I'm right on this. When I look at the salaries, discounting the finance director's salary, we have a new line, the line item total is 194,881, which is line 009, which is about a 15.5% increase in salaries. Is that what was planned?
Yes.
So can you tell me why the salaries are going up 15% in the finance department?
I can give you the short answer, but Melissa can give you a better
Yeah,
answer.
I'm just looking for the short answer. And it seems like a substantial increase.
So in the fall of 2023, the wage study was released that the HR department had worked on.
Okay.
All the other departments managed to make adjustments over a year or 2 years to bring, look where the people belong, to the grade, depending on their length of service, their job descriptions, etc. When the commissioners had pulled the current job descriptions and took a really hard look at what the people in that office are actually doing on a daily, and made some adjustments. They were doing significantly more, and it resulted in 2 people actually changing grades, and 1 that was well below market that would be brought up. So unfortunately, it didn't happen over a couple of years. It's happening all at once.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the follow-up. So I guess the question I have, I assume it's based on the CFO line going down, but with the increase in salaries and the other things that we're doing, you're in reality only up $4,000.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and forgive me if this was covered in any way, but I just want to be clear. It's the intention to, with the inclusion of the 007 line, to conduct all of the currently or presently or previously existing financial functions within the finance department without any contracted services line going forward? Does that make sense?
Yes, assuming we can fill the position, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Hamblin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I just want to be clear in my mind here, this new finance director, is this a brand new full-time employee?
It would be, if we bring somebody on as an employee. We're still working on that, whether we need just a contracted person to help us part-time, or if there's enough work to warrant a full-time person, and we're still working on that.
Okay.
Any further questions on the finance department's request? The chairman has a couple, and they might be a little difficult. 009 salaries, we went from 175 to 194. What was the increase for?
Sorry, buddy.
They're traveling the map.
Sorry. I think the temporary chairman was satisfied with the answer.
Perfect.
There was a 15% increase based on salary market adjustments based on a wage study by HR department.
Sounds fantastic.
That was a great summary.
Thank you. That's nice and easy. I like that.
I guess I could say that.
So, in the past, when we went through our transition 4 years ago, the delegation was included in the hiring of CFOs, of the replacement CFOs for our system that we had before. Will that be the case going forward?
Yes.
And I have your assurance on that?
Yeah,
just making sure because,
Is that a trick question? I mean,
nope, it is a question that, just to make sure that the delegation is aware and we can have our say into, one, what we need, two, that we continue on the right track, and three, it does not exceed our previous contracted price.
all of which we agree with.
Thank you. Then you have a motion to approve 486025.
I'll move.
Second?
Please, thank you. Question, Representative McDonald.
I just want to add that this budget is down $3,000 from last year.
I was just looking to see why. Because it seems to be quite a bit more.
Oh, the difference in the services. The financial director salary is only 5 months, and he's only prorated, and they cut out $150,000 out of the contracted service to cut out proration.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it went down $3,000 from last year. Just trying to find why it should be more. If we left in 95,000, it should be down quite a bit more. So why did the health insurance scale up? Is that if we have an increase? As well as the retirement, that went up $10,000 for a $20,000 increase in salaries.
Because it's a plan, where we're reading that, the CFO.
Yeah, they got 12 grand from the actual. Second call.
Representative Burrows, you were unmuted.
Hello. Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was my cat.
Yep.
Yeah. Thought you were calling us. Is that the question? Is the question always?
Representative Woodcock, please.
The question that the chair highlighted, $12,000, is that, and we're wondering why it went up from the 20, 12,000 up 32. Is that, would that be the cost of the projected retirement for the finance director? Is that what that's factored in or not?
Yes.
What that is?
The payroll expenses are factored in for the finance director.
Okay.
Correct.
And that's retirement.
Yeah.
Okay.
makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Woodcock. 486025.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Cordelli.
On the retirement though, that's based on the finance director's salary. Are we, I heard a projected salary of $125,000 that isn't in here, but the retirement system is based on that projected number? Is that what I'm hearing?
I think it's on the 65,000. Would that be correct, Ms. Siemens?
Yes. We have three full-time positions plus that
Okay.
part of year finance director is figured into retirement, yes. At an average.
So it looks to me that there is no savings.
Well, the $3,000 savings, I guess you could call in line 90. That's the last line where we save $3,000 in accounting software.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I think the savings comes from taking out that contracted services, and then you add back in 30 plus 65. So it makes sense, I think.
Correct. Motion to approve? Did that? Further discussion? Mr. Clark?
Representative Cordelli?
No.
Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Hamlin?
Yes?
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Patino?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Burrows?
Yes.
Representative McAleer?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 13-1.
Thank you. Commissioner's budget is next. There seems to be some significant asks in here. Start at the top.
Ready? Okay. So it is a slight increase from the original proposed of 259. We're asking for 296,888. Does that match what you have?
It does. Do we have a reason for the increases?
Yep. So as explained with the finance office, based on the wage study that was done in the fall of 2023, and looking at the job descriptions and the change of scope, the salary increase reflects that and the related payroll expenses. Electricity and propane, again, you'll see farther down. And we are also asking for an amount to be put in the settlements line of $25,000. I don't know if you had specific questions.
Oh, a whole host.
I'm sure.
What is for this? What is these settlements for? Do we need to clear the room?
Settlements are public,
Okay.
so it would be in the matter of Kane versus the county.
Yep. And?
So I don't have it with me, but the county's portion of that is an amount that was paid out, will be reimbursed for the payroll expenses. It was a check cut through payroll. The county's responsible for the payroll expenses, and then we'll get an insurance refund. So this settlement number reflects that. We need to put it in an expense line. There are two other portions of the settlement that are recovered directly by projects. I can get a copy of the settlement for you, it's public record now, but that's how much we need in that line. Previously, we had a settlement line and it was $1, I don't know, it kind of fell off the last couple of years, but.
Well, we haven't had any issues for the last 4 years.
And in the interest of transparency, and rather than just putting it in burying it in a salary line, we wanted to bring back the settlement line.
letting everybody digest that for a minute. So why was the case settled?
Because the case is settled. Rather than going to court, I think there was mutual agreement on both sides and it was settled. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I will be expecting more.
The commissioner that was involved isn't here. I don't have the agreement in front of me. How can I help?
Well, it would have been a vote by the commissioners to settle it.
Fair. I suppose that was a negotiation with legal. Maybe you would go into non-public for that part?
Well, was there a vote? Yes or no? And was it public? Was it non-public?
It was in non-public.
Non-public.
And have those minutes been released?
Not yet. Very recent, Mr. Chairman.
Trying to be respectful of the people in the room. I will withhold my questions till we get further clarification as to why it was settled. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know if this is something that can be answered in public versus non-public, but was there a finding of fault by any party, an investigation or anything of that nature? Do we have that information?
I don't want to speak to it without it in
Okay.
front of us.
Fair.
Thank you.
So I just want to be clear that we're asking for a blind $25,000 to be put in with no documentation.
Time I could get that documentation from our payroll coordinator. Like immediately, if you'd like.
Here's my paycheck.
That's the whole settlement, $25?
No. What was the entire settlement?
Yes. I didn't hear the number, Mr. Chairman.
101,000?
Thank you.
Good question.
Thank you, Representative Woodcock, please.
It's not even relatively lost and being late, I'm lost on this one. So, the settlement with here is $25,000. So what was the time, what's the total county's obligation on that settlement besides this $25,000?
Great question.
I'm not sure I understood the question.
What's the
What
total?
is the total payout? The delegate, you're asking for $25,000 in a budget for settlement. And my question was, what was the total county's obligation to pay for settlement? How much did the county, I heard Mr. Cena say that there's other bits and pieces around the general budget. I'm just asking, what was the total figure?
I have the settlement on my computer, I just can't print it out. Would you like me to?
Just want the number.
Okay, so total gross amount was $100,000.
And what is the county's responsibility?
So a check in the gross amount of $32,527.64 less ordinary and regular payroll tax withholdings made payable to the claimant. I put,
So the county's portion was a third?
yes, roughly, yes.
Follow up.
Please.
The county,
So the rest, I'm sorry, go ahead, I'm sorry.
the county paid out the amount, the county is liable for the payroll expenses. The rest of it, the other 25,000-ish, will be reimbursed by Primex.
Question.
Please.
Yeah, so is that, is that insurance, like, it covers the insurance for if there's an error or the money is being reimbursed? That's what's under the insurance policy?
The net wage paid out is being reimbursed by Primex of that
So
32,000.
Primex is,
Yes. So we're,
Insurance company.
the county is out, if you will, about $7,000 that we have to pay in payroll taxes. Primex doesn't
Okay.
reimburse for that portion.
So just, the question, I don't know what was Primex, that's my question.
Oh, it's our insurance carrier,
That
I'm
was
so
something
sorry.
that-
Our property and
I
liability.
got, that was it, I'm
workers'
just
comp.
asking
Yeah,
us what
sorry.
that was. Thank you.
Okay, I misunderstood the
Thank you.
question. Sorry for the back and
No,
forth.
no, you weren't, that's fine, I was just
Okay.
stupid, that's fine.
Yeah.
Representative Woodcock, I wouldn't call you stupid, sir.
No.
Others have. Don't say anything.
I'm trying not.
On a rare occasion, Mr. Chair.
Stupid's a little extreme for me at our table.
Would you like a motion?
I don't yet. Representative,
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and forgive me if this is a newbie question, I just haven't dealt with one of these before. Just to give a comparison, if I crash my car and I have to go to my insurance and they pay for me, I expect my rates to go up. Is there anything comparable here where by paying out a settlement, we can expect another expense coming down the road from our rates going up or anything like that?
it's a good question.
Not that we know of.
Don't have an answer
Okay.
right now.
They go back for 5 years, look at your total number of claims, come up with an aggregate number, and that's gonna determine your future. So I don't know if there's been previous claims in the last 5 years. That's what's gonna be determined on this.
We haven't had one that we've had to pay out on for at least 5 years.
So this won't impact our rates. With Primex anyway.
Well,
Representative Cordelli, you had your hand up, sir?
I think you answered.
I just have a question.
Please.
Thank you. Can someone clarify 007 salary increase of 16%? Why that is, what position that is, and is there going to be a title or duties change with that salary increase?
That is the executive coordinator salary based on a market evaluation of what positions were done by our HR department.
Follow-up?
Yeah. Is there any additional duties that are going to go with that, or is it going to be the same job just with the increase?
To be determined.
To be determined?
We did add the finance staff to her responsibilities. And that was, by the way, on the advice of our legal counsel, who said it was not appropriate to have an outside contractor managing town employees. We have a legal opinion, a written legal opinion to that effect.
I'm guessing they were able to cite a certain RSA.
I'm sure they were.
I would like to know that. Or a copy of that, so I can look it up. Because we've had plenty of contracted employees before that were supervising other employees, and it wasn't a problem in the past.
It was a legal opinion she gave us.
Understood. Representative Cordelli.
Yes, we've heard this market adjustment and wage salary analysis several times. Can we get a copy of that analysis? That is the justification for these position increases.
I'm sure we probably could come up with that.
I probably sent it out at the time, but I'm happy to send it again. Yeah, we have all positions and then it's broken out, non-union and union. Yep.
So my concern is we're going to have 2 administrator level positions financing 2 departments at a cost to the county of over $250,000.
Kind of where we.
I was gonna say, I'm not sure what the number was before, but
That's really not any different, Mr. Chairman, than where we've been the last few years?
Actually, it is.
In the amount, in terms of money? A 160 and an 80 is.
we were at 244 plus the expenses for the previous CFO, which were under 12,000, so you're pushing 50.
Correct.
She does.
Why do we need 2 administrator level positions for 2 departments? When we've only had 1 for the last 4 years and only 1 previous to the county administrator.
That's the commissioner's feeling.
Representative Cordelli?
Yeah, I was wondering if we could get a copy of that legal opinion also related to the contract staff supervising.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
You shall have it.
I am uneasy approving 2 administrative level positions for the finance department. Seeing as we're going to have a finance director, now we're going to have another finance/administrator position overlooking 2 departments. That is my personal opinion. I think it's a waste of county resources.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Cordelli?
going back to your discussion a moment ago, as I recall, the finance director, it's not clear if that will be an in-house or contracted position. But if that is an in-house position, would the finance director then be supervising the finance staff instead of the executive administrator, executive coordinator?
More than likely, if we bring somebody in full-time, and I'm not sure that's the direction we're going.
Right. But,
Follow-up?
thank you. Still, the executive coordinator position is getting $14,000 salary increase because they're, in part because they are supervising finance staff. But what happens if they are no longer supervising finance staff?
It's a great question.
The $14,000 increase was not based on her additional responsibility.
Okay, I thought I had made a note that it
We
did
gave her
include
that responsibility.
Okay, I
It was
must have
not
missed her. I wrote it down as a note that it was included in the new responsibilities for that position.
Because that's what I heard as well. There was
Yeah.
additional responsibilities.
I'm sure we can go back and watch the tape.
In the interim.
In the interim. In the interim. Since I'm the target of this, can I say something? Or
We
just
do not
defer?
single out employees. We will single out the position.
Okay,
It would be,
Can I speak to the executive coordinator position?
we know what the executive coordinator position is.
Okay. I will say, I'm probably out of order, but it has grown substantially over the last 5 years, and there's a copy of the new job description that was revised last fall here, if anybody would like to look at it.
It was revised a few weeks ago too, wasn't it? To include supervisory role of finance staff,
It was an addendum of one vote. The job description hasn't been revised now
but your duties have changed.
in the interim.
Ask a question, Mr. Chair.
Please, Representative Whitcomb.
In terms of your, you said just, in the interest, so currently you're serving as the finance director, I understand? You said,
No.
you said the duties have changed, the duties have changed in the interim, so that's now, right?
I'm not, the title hasn't changed.
No, your duties.
Supervising the
Finance
finance staff by way of scheduling, approving timesheets, disseminating information, making sure the flow continues in the absence of the CFO, contracted CFO, or a finance director. Yep.
Follow-up?
I hear what you're saying. I feel badly that you're in this discussion, I prefer you shouldn't be in this discussion.
I don't feel bad.
Well, I do. So the duties of the finance director in the interim, Mr. Commissioner, have been assigned to the executive coordinator. So, on the interim, so they're currently
No,
not doing
we
that,
have a
no.
staff accountant who's handling the finances.
So the staff,
Who we've always had an in-house staff accountant.
but you did say a minute ago that the county administrator, the person who, is supervising the finance department in the interim. When you talk about the salary increase.
Yes, the personnel and the scheduling, yes.
We also have a contracted employee
Right.
from MRI right now that is handling
The real finance.
the real finances.
Not really, but okay, you can leave it at that.
What does that mean?
Our in-house staff accountant does most of the work, and has done most of the work.
I think Representative Woodcock has a,
No, it just gets more muddled, like,
it does.
who's doing what with whom, it's muddled.
Representative Cordelli.
There is $25,000 currently in the settlement based on the recent settlement. Do we expect any more settlements in this fiscal year that would impact the budget and this line?
Not that I'm aware of.
I think we moved off of salaries, have we?
Wait a minute, Representative Taylor.
If we moved off of the salaries, thank you for, if we moved off of salaries, could we address the short-term disability? Are we self-insured? I just see a huge change there. Line 011.
My guess is that 010 and 011 have been transposed.
Oh, thank you.
All right, 296-888, if there's no adjustments, I am not going to be supporting this. Representative McConnell.
I do a motion to go with the proposed commissioner's request here, 259,508, and add another $20,000 onto that.
20,000 for the settlement?
Yeah.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Just repeat the motion, please.
Yeah, the bottom line would be, if I may,
Please.
Mr. Chairman, the bottom line would be 279,508, if I'm reading it correctly. That's taking the proposed commissioner's request is 259,508 and adding $20,000
For line 091?
Yes.
Thank you, do we have a second? I will second that.
Question.
Representative Woodcock.
I must have misunderstood. I thought the settlement, the money in the settlement is put in the budget because they settled. And that's the figure they settled on. So if they've already settled for a figure of $20,000, $25,000, why would we put 20,000 in? I mean, I can understand what you're saying, well, then eat it up somewhere else, but I don't understand the rationale, that's all.
I'll get there in 1 second.
Okay.
What is our total outlay for the Primex settlement? We need to have an exact number because you're asking for a $25,000 increase that's obviously not going to be necessary if we only have a $7,000 payroll expense.
We have to show the whole expense, Mr. Chairman, and then we'll get it in, we'll get the refund and the revenue under insurance refunds. You have to budget for the whole expense.
So they're sending us back $25,000?
I'll pull up the pay stub.
John, you're bad.
Thank you.
Unless they're just saying fine, $5,000.
Mr. Chairman, I have 4 conversations.
Can we settle down on the conversations, or do we need to take a recess so everybody can stretch their legs?
So I guess, Mr.
Want a
Chairman,
recess?
Yeah.
We have a recess for 5 minutes so we can get this sorted.
250.
But I'm telling my town administrator, do not send them a check. I think we sent down $20,000 last year to the coalition. Well, that's what I keep saying, they keep wanting me not to go. There's taxpayer fund,
We have the sun right now.
not support it, then we need to, yeah, and I had, we have a administrator right now.
All right, before we take any more time for everybody's day, we had a long day yesterday.
Quiet on the set.
Quiet, everybody who is here, please focus back in. I'm gonna try and do this as nice as possible. So the check that the county sent out has been sent out, from where, Ms. Siemens?
It's my understanding it was charged to a payroll line in the nursing home temporarily until we could get the budget through to do a journal entry and adjust that.
And the final number that we have that we're actually going to be on the hook for is 1294.64. We'll be receiving 19,000 and change back.
Yes. If that's what I wrote on that paper for you, yes.
Mr. Chairman, could you repeat those numbers that you have on that?
You will in 1 second.
Okay,
We're going to amend, Representative McDonald's going to amend his motion.
okay.
I guess I'll also withdraw it.
And who was the second?
I'll second that.
And the new total that, just make sure I get it right here, will be the proposed budget of $259,508 plus $12,941.64.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Repeat the numbers.
Yeah, can you say that again, please? Just the number.
12941.64,
Mr. Chairman, can we round to 942?
please.
Thank you.
1942.
$1942?
19,000, right?
No,
19421. 14422, excuse me.
Mr. Chair,
Please.
Thank you. So,
Okay.
I caught the first part, I think, of the motion, was the 259,508, and then the second part, I'm lost on again.
You added 12.
We're adding 12,941, which is the actual expense for the settlement.
Oh, I see.
Since
Okay.
it's already been withdrawn from a different account, since the expense has already been made, we don't need to add it in.
Okay, so then they
Please.
have a new number?
Yes,
You said
certainly.
it twice, I missed it. I was
That's
confused
okay.
about the call.
The new number that for the settlement is 12422. I'm sorry.
No, I'm talking about the budget.
That wasn't the right,
What was it? John, you wanna take care of this, bud?
yes, I do. The total bottom
Chairman's having a
line
meltdown.
for the, our committee recommendation would be $272,450.
Thank you.
450?
450, yeah.
And I second it.
66450.
Do we have the,
Okay, so it's the budget plus what you're
so your motion is gonna be 272,450.
Yes,
460, I thought you said.
450.
Sorry.
And that's taking the proposed budget of $259,508
Mhm.
and adding $12,942 as the actual settlement amount.
Thank you. So when the rebate comes in from Primex and this number, the nursing home will be whole. So we do not need to add any more money to that. Motion's made, been seconded. Any further discussion?
I have something.
Ms. Siemens?
That new bottom line doesn't take into account the increases in the electricity and propane that we need. I can give you a different number.
It wasn't in the red numbers?
It wasn't in the commissioner's proposed, and I believe that's what we're doing. We're taking the commissioner's proposed and adding the settlement, right?
Correct.
So the new bottom line would be 278,606 if you include the propane and electric increases that were proposed.
You have that bottom line number?
278,606.
Change the motion.
No, you have to withdraw. We'll just go with that number. The increase doesn't add up to $6,000. It's only 18 and 6. It's only $2,300 more. I have 8868 and 2163 for an increase from $7,000 to $1,500 respectively. Is that enough, Bob? Director Murray? Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the other one is the county auditors should have gone from 46,850 to 51,700. We can't. That was the other increase. That's different from the commissioner's proposed.
Is that in legal fees?
That's in the county, oh, you know what, I'm sorry, I'm in the finance. Wow. Long day since 4 o'clock this morning. I apologize.
You have me
Sorry
beat
for
by a
the
half hour.
interruption.
All right. We have a motion.
So, Mr. Chair, just
We have a second.
we've had that, but
We're going to have another one.
What number, what number, please?
We'll have that momentarily, right, Ms. Siemens?
It's not 278.
It's not going to be 278.
Just double checking everything carried over, 1 moment.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the electricity went from 7,000 to 8868, you have that?
Correct?
And the propane from 1,500 to 2,163?
Correct.
Okay. And the settlement of 19,422?
No.
$12,942.
Thank you, it's very hard to keep up with that one, I apologize.
It's okay.
12,942.
We're going to move on to the rest of it.
Didn't vote yet.
Mr. Chairman, what is the motion on the floor for the total?
We're waiting for your number, Ms. Siemens.
Finance stuff is not the commission.
Our number is 272,450, but we did not include the 2 increases for the electricity and propane. We'll make sure that we're budgeting correctly for those 2.
Aren't those in the finance department?
No, they're in
No.
both.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, 9,000.
I still have Mr. Chairman, I still have 272, 126, which is less than what you said, which doesn't make sense. But when I compare the commissioners straight across to, I carried all of them across and added the settlement, so I don't know. I will say there's a reduction in the medical insurance, there's not a need for that this year, so that's a reduction of $28.53 from the commissioners proposed. I don't know if that's.
Oh, that's probably what it is. That'll make a difference. For propane and electric.
Mr. Chair, the motion on the table right now currently 272,450.
Correct.
And the leftover remaining budget from last year was around $90,000.
That would be correct.
And the increase of 272 included the 12,942 is already paid out.
That is correct.
I would move that number.
We have a motion and a second on it already. I just want to clarify that the $90,000 was $71,000 was the money, $75,000 was the money that we appropriated for land grants that they did not, that they only used $3,700 of. Just so we're clear on that.
Okay.
It is not, wasn't part of the original budget. We added it at the end. Mr. Clark, call the roll, please.
Okay, the approved the commissioner's budget of $272,450. Representative Spitali.
Yes.
Representative Carroll.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Smith.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Crosby.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Petno.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative McLear.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
motion passes 14-0.
County Convention. I've taken a look at it. We're probably going to have one additional meeting this year, so I see no need to increase it. We do need to have a line item in here for outside counsel. We will create a line 0120.
Mr. Chairman, we have a page, please.
First page.
Make me look back, Carol. Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome. Representative Cordella, do you have a motion?
Could you repeat, we were adding the line for outside counsel,
Outside
correct?
counsel, yes.
And did you have an amount in mind for that?
I did. I think it's going to be more than my initial thoughts. I would be asking probably for $35,000 for outside counsel. I think that's a fair number, and if I don't anticipate in using all of that at all, if at all.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Representative Brown.
Along those same lines, based on your initial request for the investigation, we have the county attorney is pursuing counsel, is that correct? And then the sheriff is doing some investigation. Would that dollar
Yeah.
amount include both of those?
Yes, the sheriff has said that they will participate. The county attorney is still here.
Yes.
Sir, would you give the delegation the same explanation that you gave me, sir?
Yes, so the statutory authority for me to conflict a matter to another county is actually governed under special assistance, which only allows me to conflict criminal matters with the approval of the Attorney General. Because this investigation does not appear to be a criminal matter, I can't give it to another county. Where it's internal, and on information and belief, I think I may be called as a witness in the investigation. I have to recuse myself from it, so my recommendation is that the delegation seek outside counsel for any legal matters that come up.
I appreciate your work on that. Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
That figure for the budget, was that one that developed after speaking with the attorney or Attorney General, or just, because I thought last time we talked around a larger number.
Yes, I did. I spoke with other county chairs that have had similar, basically, it hasn't arisen to what we're gonna look at.
Okay.
It's only been other things, and I
Okay.
think the last time we did it, we did not need one, because ours was a financial issue.
Okay.
I'm
That's
thinking
fine.
there should be enough. If there is a supplemental request, we will find it within the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Just according to the RSA, the county convention shall appropriate a certain sum for expenses for any committee established pursuant to 2417. The reasonable expenses of such investigation shall be paid by the county when approved by a judge of the Superior Court.
Correct.
So,
Which is why
that's
we
another
need,
step.
which is why we need counsel.
Yeah. And there might be some other matters too, I would think.
I would think so too. But I think those can be handled by other agencies.
So it's 43,681.
Right, yeah.
Does everybody think 35 is not enough?
I don't know.
I don't either. I think it's a good number.
Would you like a motion, Mr.
I would love a
Chairman?
motion.
I would move the sum of $43,681 for the county convention, line item 4110.
Thank you. What was that final number?
43,681.
Thank you. A new line will be created in 4110 under the term of 020 will be the new line item, and we will handle that as that arises. I wish to thank the county attorney and the sheriff for their support in this matter. All right, we have a motion and a second.
Second.
Thank you, Representative Belcher. Any further discussion?
One more.
Representative Woodcock.
The delegation coordinator, I'm assuming that, I see it's $1, but I'm assuming that there's more than $1 paid to that last year?
In the past, we've had a line item for it that has been, through the years, has been taken over to the commissioner's side.
Okay.
And also funds part of the executive coordinator's position.
Oh, okay, so you're just holding the line?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Clark?
Okay, the final number for the county convention 4110 is $43,681, with the creation of a new line of 0120 in the amount of $35,000. So the total county convention is $43,681. Representative Fidelli.
Yes.
Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Smith.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pettingill.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 14-0.
Thank you. And along those lines, Representative McDonald has some scheduling conflicts coming up, and I will be replacing him with Representative Pettingill. Capital expenditures, 4901. You have the back, towards the back of your packets. Page 15. Ms. Siemens, was there any additional capital expenditures that we were required to look at? Because I see two here that I think we've already approved.
One moment. There are two capital expenditures that you've already approved for the sheriff's department and for the nursing home.
Correct. There's no other request for those, so it's 157,877, that's our final number?
We do have other capital that we're requesting that come out of the formerly ARPA funds, so I'm not sure how you want to handle that separately.
Perfect. It was just on our list, I just want to make sure that we're done with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, anything that was in red on your sheet is stuff that's unapproved.
I couldn't hear you, hon.
Anything that's, what?
I couldn't hear you.
Okay. Anything that's in red is stuff that you haven't approved yet. Anything that was highlighted yellow, you've already voted on. Is it showing up on yours?
So 4721 interest expense, I thought we did 395,877.
I don't have that recorded vote, no.
Motion to approve 395,877 for interest expense, line item, department number 4721. Because I think we were waiting on the tax anticipation number. Thank you. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Representative Cordelli, Representative Woodcock, second.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Clark?
Just 1 minute.
Yep.
Okay, the motion is to approve 4721-23 interest expenses in the amount of $395,877. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Petnell?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Burrows?
Yes.
Representative McAleer?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
motion passes 14-0.
Thank you. 4911, capital and non-capital reserves. We have two requests for that. We explain how we used, is the capital reserve 090 new, or has that been totally expended?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't understand the question. If you could,
The ask is for 150,000. Is that a new department, or is that we funded that last year and it hasn't been used, or it has been used?
so the capital reserve, that's 150,000, just adding to the reserve. And then we'll do one at a time. So the capital reserve is $150,000 ask to add to the capital reserve for future building improvements and maintenance needs, capital needs. Nothing has been spent out of that yet. There is a request to spend from that also today, but procedurally, I didn't know how you wanted to handle that.
Thank you. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So can you expand on that? There are, as I said, as the chairman said, some new members here about what we've been putting into those funds and how we expend those and why.
So the capital reserve is, when that was approved by the delegation, it was noted that we would form a capital improvement committee. So that's planning to happen in May of this year. Been setting aside $150,000, I think twice now. This will be the second time. So that fund will have $300,000 in it, and then we'll be putting together a capital improvement plan. The non-capital reserve is a fund that's used to pay out accrued benefits when someone leaves and they have accumulated earned time, sick time for those payouts. It also funds the county sick bank.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Thank you. So what is on the last item you spoke about, what is the anticipated need for that fund, like payouts, that type of thing? Because I wouldn't think that we would need to continue to accumulate that unless we foresee something coming in the future.
So I believe, sorry, I don't have that exactly in front of me, but about $50,000 was spent out of it in 2024. Originally, the county was asking for $190,000 to be added this year, but reduced that to $100,000 based on usage and future anticipated, looking at, I believe, the former CFO had analyzed, long-term employees versus how much time was on the books and came up with a recommendation to reduce it to $100,000.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, I have a question for you.
Please.
So is there a way that we can make sure it's clear what we have in the funds and what we expend in the funds, since it's not reflected here in the budget anywhere?
Certainly.
Thank you.
As of right now, nothing has been expended out of either.
Thank you.
Would that be correct?
There was money expended out of the non-capital reserve in 2024.
And where it should be reflected in a change in the budget.
Basing it on the narrative that the CFO provided at the beginning of the budget process, if we spent $50,000, she was estimating we'd spend $50,000, so we could reduce that to $100,000 for 2025. Every year in the annual report, we have to publish the reserve funds. I can certainly provide that to you after the fact, and it's going on the previous recommendation.
Well, I understand that, but if we haven't spent anything out of it, you said we had $50,000 out of the capital reserve?
We haven't spent anything out of capital reserve. The non-capital reserve, $50,000 was spent out of it in 2024.
Okay, because as it stands right now, it looks like nothing was spent. It's 190 twice, 190,000 twice. So I'm guessing one.
It says 100% spent.
Right. I would think that all $190,000 was spent.
It's
out
not
of that.
looking, if I could, at the fund, it's just looking that you appropriated last year $190,000, and 100% of that went into the capital reserve. The expenditures from the capital reserve aren't included in the operating budget, so you won't see that here, but I can get you a full accounting of that, which has to be published every year in the annual report.
Correct. So so these are both non-lapsing, just for our new members.
Right.
They both should be reflected in the actual of what we spend, so we know what we're looking at, especially if it's off book, if it's not booked on our budget sheets. Because you're asking us to approve it, and then you're telling us it's not in our budgets. I just want to make sure that we're going apples to apples here, because this is a new program for us.
Right. I don't know what I can access from here, but give me just a second if I'd like to do something else.
Representative Cordelli, please, I'm sorry.
For capital reserve, it shows $150,000 was budgeted. $150,000 was the actual amount as of the end of the year, and $0 was spent. Right?
That is correct, yeah.
Yeah. But for the non-capital, it shows $190,000, $190,000, and 100% spent. But it's
Correct.
still $190,000 in it?
That's my question.
Yeah.
But she said there was 50 spent.
Correct.
No, that's the full resolution. It's a four. The 190 is the full resolution.
Representative Taylor, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would think the revenue sheet should reflect any transfers out of the non-capital reserve to helpful accounting.
Yes, we would.
I don't know if it's there or not, I don't see it.
Right. Actually, I just, we would be approving expenses out of 49-1 in the expense side. Actually, we should be discussing this on the revenue side. If we're going to be appropriating funds for that. It should be a double book. So, understood.
I did find some accounting for both of those accounts if you'd like to. So, I don't know if I can speak to the way, I'm used to capital reserves at the town level. You raise the money at town meeting, the money goes in, is appropriated, then it goes to the trustees of the trust funds to invest that money and keep it separately off your budget, both in and out. We have trustees of trust funds, there's a report that gets created that has these capital reserves as well as our charitable funds that is overseen by the trustees of trust funds here at the county. And so they wouldn't commingle necessarily with the operating budget. And I'm kind of looking right at Rex's in his dual role as a selectman, but as far as the capital reserve for the capital reserve, there's currently $154,266 in there. There was a deposit of $150 in 2024, interest has been earned, and nothing's been spent from it. It sits at $154,000. On the non-capital reserve activity, there's quite a bit of activity because employees leave. And we have the vacation payouts. So currently, as of the end of the year, there was $57,000 left in there.
Understood. Were we given transfers for those?
I'm not sure if I don't believe that the former CFO did transfer. I'm not sure what the process was.
Well, if we're taking money from one account and transferring it to a payroll account, it would be a transfer, regardless of whether it's a trust fund or not.
Yep, I don't know what process was established, sorry.
I'm pretty sure we were going to let the executive committee handle the transfer, seeing as we're having a capital account or non-capital account be for benefit liabilities, which should be captured on our gas fee as well for our liabilities.
I do know that, and I do have the language for when both of these were established by the delegation, and you're correct in that you said the caveat was that the executive committee had to approve all transfers.
Correct.
I don't see any of that activity was actually
I don't
done
see any of that activity
in
either.
the last 2 years, so I don't know.
Representative McDonald, you have,
I have a motion.
please. Please.
I'd like to make a motion to 090 transfer capital reserves to drop that down to 100,000.
I think that is prudent.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Director Murray, do you have any unanticipated expenses that would exceed $250,000 this year?
That's a loaded question.
It's a good question. Because we have several things that we have continued to work on. We have some things that we're putting out for ARPA for use, for ARPA funds. And I want to make sure that if we do reduce that number, that at least keep us on track to have some kind of cushion for when emergencies do happen, like a boiler, HVAC system, generator goes bad.
Unanticipated expenses are just that, unanticipated, but if there's $150,000 sitting there, I'm sure that would cover anything that I would need.
Okay, well, it would be $250 after our motion.
Even better.
Thank you. Did we have a second on your motion, sir?
Representative
Brown.
Brown.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask a quick question because I thought I heard that we were also going to be asked to expend money from the capital reserve account today. Can I get details on what that would be before we vote on that?
Yes, the capital reserve, it was a suggestion by the executive committee to remove that from the budget and to have that come from the capital reserve for capital expenditures, because it's for the elevator over at the nursing home that needs some serious repair. And I think that's a good use of the money instead of having to re-tax the taxpayers for it. Motion seconded. Questions? Representative Brown, did you have a question?
No?
Mr. Clark?
Okay, the motion is to decrease line 0900 and 1911 capital reserve to $100,000. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Smith.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamblin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Petno.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 14-0.
Thank you. Representative McDonald, do you have a motion for 089?
Yes. I'll make a motion to drop that down to 50,000.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And what would the balance in that account be if we put 50,000 in?
Be 107.
Okay. And so we funded that last year, so we had $100 and something thousand in payouts last year?
Almost 7,000, she said.
43.
She said there's about 5,000 left.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the, hold on. Right, so the balance is 57,000. We had 192,000 in there, $138,000 was paid out, there's 57,000 left.
Can we get a breakdown of what was paid out?
Can I show you? Because it's a lot of things to,
Does it have employees' names on it?
no.
Then that's fine. But we do have these are from '24.
I don't know, it's been paid out for 25. That was at the end of the year, that's the report at the end of the year.
And on one of those, 2 of those, 3 of those, okay. Thank you. No,
I'll withdraw my motion.
thank you. Who was the second? Representative Brown? Thank you.
Motion on 100,000?
I would like that, I think.
So I move 100,000 for line 089.
Thank you, Representative Smith. Representative McDonald, seconds.
Yes.
That would bring us back into, I think we have, what is listed on our GASB for outlays for benefits, liabilities, benefit liabilities.
You don't have to.
Motion's been made and seconded. The balance will probably be 157,000 or so.
Minus anything that was paid out in January and February.
Thank you, which I would expect that we would know about by now.
Would you like those processed through transfers going forward?
They should have been processed as transferred since day one.
You should have.
Which means they come from the commissioners, because the commissioners would have had to expend the payouts. Would have had to approve the payouts. Okay. Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Mr. Clark?
Okay, the motion is to approve the transfer of expenses 4911.089 in the amount of $100,000. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Smith. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamblin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford. Clerk votes yes. Representative Petno.
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Burrows?
She's trying to say yes.
Yes, sorry, it was muted.
Thank you. Representative McAleer?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Motion passes 14-0.
Just looking through the budget, we do not have a yellow line on the nursing home budget, page 19, for physicians and pharmacy. Did we overlook that? Or have we made a motion and accepted that? Because I know there was some significant, some discussion around it.
You voted on, perhaps I missed that highlight, but the bottom line is highlighted, so you did vote on the bottom line.
Thank
for
you.
the nursing home.
Okay, can we have a bottom line budget now? Expenditure budget? With all the changes?
Verifying that all the red things were finished, I don't doubt it, but.
Mr. Chair?
Representative Woodcock.
I'm assuming that once Messina gives you the bottom line of the budget, that not the revenue part, the expense part will be then voted upon.
Correct.
Before I do that, I'd like to, I have a question for the nursing home.
Please.
Okay. It's about
sure.
staffing, and I think I'd like to talk to the director if he may come up here.
Sure. Gentlemen, would you join us? Absolutely. Thank you. Proceed, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. A few weeks ago, I asked you for a number of agency nurses and things, and you said you sent it, and I believe you did. That we all of us got overloaded with emails that day, and probably get your can somewhere. You said you're going to send it back to me again, and that hasn't happened.
And it did.
Who?
I gave it to Melissa,
And
and
I
it's
sent
been
it
forwarded.
on. And do it again?
No, well, I just,
I'll send it to you directly.
no, I just need, I'm sure you have the number, you said you had it.
Yeah.
You told me, all I want to know is four things. The number of agency nurses,
Yep, nurses or LNAs?
RNs,
5,
the number of non-agency nurses.
22.
Perfect, thank you. The number of other agency medical staff, the LNA, those things.
0. I just have LNA and nurses.
Okay, so the number of LNAs then,
That's 22. LNAs are 22, RNs, LPNs, we put them in one category, that's 5.
okay, so how many have working that aren't agency? Only two questions, one. Agency RNs,
Yeah.
non-agency RNs?
Okay, how many how many of my staff?
Yes.
I don't have that, but it's probably, if I have 5, quick math, like 20-something.
Okay.
Mine, but I'll get you, I'll
No,
get you.
that's right, and then the same with the other medical people.
I'm running about 30% LNA agency, so the other 70%. So if I'm at 22, we're looking at what, 70 of my staff, do you think?
Okay.
Just quick
Thank you.
napkin now.
No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for letting me do that.
You're very welcome, Representative Woodcock. It was beneficial to all of us to hear those numbers. You know what else we don't have here? Do we have Hale's location budget?
Yep, I covered the office, it's on its way.
Excuse me, I had a question. I had my hand up.
My apologies, Representative.
No worries.
Go ahead, Representative Burrows.
Okay, my question is back to the back to the nursing home. You know, has the nursing home tried to do a program with a community college like Memorial Hospital does, or reimbursement for tuition? Because that seems to have been very successful at Memorial. So I'm wondering if there is a program or if there's any plan for one.
Yes, we do have tuition reimbursement. We are trying to work with both LNA Health Careers, who's out of Manchester, but we're also trying to partner with a local place that does it more frequently than LNA Health Careers. It's just difficult for our staff to get from Ossipee to Manchester. And we will pay 100% of their tuition to become an LNA.
Just follow up?
Please.
Just so I can understand, so do you have a program like directly with a community college, like Plymouth, or, the one in Berlin?
We don't have a direct contract with Plymouth. Plymouth has an RN program, but we do go to all their job fairs and things like that. We do send them our collateral information so they know who we are. So, but we do not have a contract with them. I don't believe they contract with any facilities around here to place their RN.
I don't think Memorial has a contract per se. I mean, I think they have a collaborative agreement. I just think it's, I'm not going to belabor it, but I just think it's worth looking at because it has been successful in our neighborhood, and $3 million is a big number, and that's all I'll say. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Burrows and Director, for answering our questions today.
Further question? Budgetary question?
Representative Cordelli.
Yes. Sorry I missed last week's meeting, but I think the regional appropriations were discussed last week, and I see that Whitehorse Addiction Center was cut even from their last year's appropriation. I was wondering if there was any reason for the cut.
You want to do a quick overview, Representative McDonald, for Representative Cordelli? Quick?
Yes. We also found out they provide services to counties to our north, and that they hadn't asked those counties for any funding. And we reached an agreement that I think if you add up the 5 years, we've given them probably close to $1 million since 2018.
And if I could, at one point we had a policy that if an agency was getting money from towns, they were not getting it from the county. We would not fund them from the county as well. So I'm wondering what happened with that.
I don't know. We met with every agency. We talked to them. They did a presentation, and those were the figures that we came up with.
Yes. I think the jail superintendent was here, but I had correspondence with him, and Whitehorse is providing free services to the corrections department in terms of meetings and also transportation to recovery appointments. And if their budget is cut like this, I'm going to advise them that they start billing the county. I think it's only fair.
If I can just say something, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we asked the superintendent if he wanted to put that money in his budget. He had money in the budget, and there's no response.
Well, my
last follow-up?
Yes. My correspondence with him was that they provide classes as well as transportation and treatment programs, all free of charge. They are a great asset to us.
That wasn't the response he gave us. He said if someone comes out of jail and they need to go to treatment, the White House picks them up and brings them to the facility.
Well, this is an email dated February 22nd from Superintendent King. So I'm going to be advising Whitehorse to start billing Corrections Department.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. Representative Woodcock.
Yeah, I think Representative Smith asked the question during the dialogue about that, and the fact was that the superintendent of jail said once that person is out, the essence was White House is doing that, but anybody could do that, moving from point A to point B. It was that John, yeah, that was, and that was also, I understand what you're saying, that was the other part that came up during that discussion, was that they had no longer responsibility. I would be, if I may add additional, I would be upset if Whitehorse started to say, well, we're not going to do that anymore. To start billing our people. Representative McDonald did make the option of, well, if we could put in the jail piece for that when it came up, but giving them $100,000, I'd be pretty upset if they didn't, occasionally as it is, move from one place to another. Although as Representative Smith was clear with the superintendent that at that day when they leave, they're not our responsibility financially, although it's a great service to have.
Correct. Thank you. Representative Smith.
I just want to add one thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was clear that there was no interest in either parties billing each other due to the logistics of handling that.
Right.
Billing would not work in that situation.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a brief comment because it was said that they are providing services free of charge to the jail, and certainly they're providing services to the jail that are beneficial, and those services are not billed. But as they are on a yearly basis receiving more than $100,000 in taxpayer money, for which they are not due certain services for any of that money, I don't know that it's entirely clear to say that they're doing it for free.
I beg to differ.
Thank you.
Representative Burrows has a
Representative Burrows, please.
Thank you. I just, a question / comment. You know, my understanding is that part of reviewing all these nonprofits is that there is a look at their financials. And I was kind of taken aback to see that Whitehorse in 2023, because the 2024 990 isn't out yet, that they were in the hole to the tune of about $330,000. And that really concerned me because I would like to know more about the viability as an organization and if that's been rectified since that time. Because I would hate to see us putting money into something that is really struggling and what's going on there.
Thank you. I don't know if I can answer that for you, but I'm pretty sure the commissioners will be looking into that before any checks are cut.
Great, thank you.
Do you have a bottom line, Ms. Siemens?
So the bottom line are general funds and then nursing home.
Nursing home we already voted on. We need a bottom line prior to the nursing home. There isn't any on our sheets.
The general fund?
We need total expense budget prior to the nursing home.
22 million, sorry. 22 million. 580,116. 22580,116.
What was the last thing, number 116?
Correct.
That's not, numbers not even in there.
They made a lot of changes.
1946, why was there? If I read this correctly.
So on the top of page 21, the final total for the nursing home is 19,486,166.
That's what I have.
That's what I got. I just need the number for everything else we voted on. It looks like it's on page 16 at the top.
You over there, 21.
2268850, is that the number you gave us? No.
22580,116, she just read off.
And that only includes what we voted on today as well? Not the red lines? On some of the departments?
I moved everything that you voted on into the final column, replacing whatever might have been there before we started. So everything should be captured in that 22580,116.
Because you made some changes to information technology, we also reduced some of the lines in IT. I'm sorry, and we also changed the commissioner's budget. Just want to make sure that we have all our changes from today listed in that final number.
And the increase in the convention?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. You have that final number?
I do.
That 2258116?
22580,116.
Thank you. Yep. Can we have both? Let's do this first. Motion to approve 22580,116 for general expenses minus, I'm sorry, not including the nursing home.
excuse me, that number is 22586.
580.
580. 116. Motion to approve?
I'll make it. I'll second.
Seth McAleer. Any further discussion? Representative McDonald.
I appreciate Representative Fidel mentioning if we might get billed for some of those services in the jail, would we be better putting that money into the jail account so they'd have some way to pay for those services?
They're not going to bill.
Okay.
Can I speak, Mr. Chairman?
Representative Smith to answer Representative McDonald's questions.
There was no interest in cross-billing for
Okay.
services.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Clerk.
Just a second, sir.
Yep.
Okay, the motion is to approve $22,580,116 as general expenses. Representative Fidel.
Yes.
Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Putnam.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Whitcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you.
355.
Do you have a total bottom line of expenses for 2025, including the nursing home?
42,066,282. 42,066,282.
Motion to approve?
Give it to Katie. Katie.
Representative Pettinel, seconded by Representative Smith. Any discussion?
That's fine, put me down. So moved.
Just call the number again, please.
Representative Crawford, Representative Smith.
Mr. Chair.
Can you just call the number again, please?
Certainly. He will repeat it when he calls out the motion. To give him time to catch up.
Okay, the motion is to approve a total budget of $42,066,282.
Thank you.
Representative Cordell, sorry, Representative Taylor,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Hamlin,
Yes.
Representative Crawford,
Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Pettinel,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative McAleer,
Yes.
and Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Motion passes 13-0.
Thank you. Do we have total revenue approved?
I'm missing a few parts of the revenue, Mr. Chairman, so, for insurance refunds, asking for $1 in there, it's currently funded at 0.
We can't fund a revenue line for $1 unless it's in an expense somewhere.
Well, it would be an offset for the settlements. We get the refund in, so,
We're gonna get two separate refunds in, right?
at least for the one for the contract, yeah.
So that would just be unanticipated revenue, as long as we have the expense side covered.
Just leave it under miscellaneous?
No, you do it under insurance refunds, we can book it there when it comes in.
Okay, so we'll put $1 in there to hold the spot, or what would you like to do?
You have $1 in there now.
Okay.
We will just make the adjustment when it comes in.
And I had added $1 in miscellaneous.
Well, actually, we can't finish the revenue until we take care of Hale's budget.
Well, guess what's here?
Good timing.
Representative Belcher, you want to take over the clerk's duties?
There's two documents, the school and the town, the place for Hales.
Thank you. Before we start that, we have a motion to approve our minutes from our last meeting.
So moved.
Thank you, Representative Woodcock. Any omissions, changes? Representative McDonald.
I would just like to change or add, on the county attorney's side, he was asked how many licensed attorneys he had, I believe he stated 7. I just want that part of the,
Ms. Siemens?
part of the minutes.
It's okay. We have a change to the minutes.
I'm sorry, what was it? I didn't hear, I'm sorry.
7 attorneys for the county.
7 licensed full-time attorneys presently in this particular date.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's the only thing that
Yes.
Everybody gets 2. School and place.
Separated, right. Okay.
Do you have any card with you?
You get the school budget.
Did you get the school budget, Tom? I'm sure Carol got both.
I think it's good.
Does Belcher have one?
Brian, they're unincorporated. They have like, they all select.
You got these two right here.
Mr. Clerk, would you call the roll in the minutes?
He did not.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Taylor?
on the minutes, I abstained on the approval of December minutes because of my absence
Yep.
on the previous minutes.
Approve the minutes of
Correct minutes.
leave them March 3rd, is that
Small thing, but.
That's 7 long.
March 7th at school?
That's 7 long.
2025, with the previous mention.
That's all right, doesn't matter, they all have the
Changes,
same.
there were 2 changes.
You have those, Melissa? You all set in the changes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Representative Taylor, you weren't here. Vice Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Hamblin?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Petno?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Oh.
Yes.
Voting on the
Minutes.
Minutes.
abstain. I wasn't here.
Okay. Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Burrows?
Yes.
Representative McAvoy?
Abstain.
Okay. Mr. Chairman?
Yes. 9.
2, 3,
We have 8.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You have 8 yeses?
I have more than that, I think.
Perfect, thank you. I know you have to go. Do we have one more school handout? You're welcome. Thank you. She doesn't. We have to have 8 in the seats. Okay, we have 2 warrants in front of you for the new members for Hart's location, Hale's location. The commissioners serve a dual role. They are the selectmen for the town as well, which makes us the legislative body for their budgets, their yearly budgets, which raises taxes for them. Once a year we do this, and it's part of our budget packets. Commissioner McGee, you want to run us through an overview of the school budget, because I'm guessing that request is in the main budget, or are they two separate entities, two separate warrants?
What would you like to know?
Talk to us about how we come up to $100,127. Because in the past, we had a complete budget breakdown of what the expenses were and everything else. All we have is warrants. So if we're here just to approve warrants, we can. If we're just here to approve the entire budget, which is missing.
Sorry, I don't have the ability to print from here either, so I'm not prepared to speak to how many students are in the school.
Well, it's not school. We have the budget. So these are only the warrants.
Right, and I have it here.
We have the budget.
While we're waiting, we have a request to expend ARPA funds. These were passed out at our last meeting and part of your packet from today. While we're waiting for the Hales budget, can we go over the water system improvement project and what that entails for our new members who weren't here? Correct, you're taking care of the water system improvement and the wastewater treatment plant repairs?
Yes, sir.
Can you give us an overview for our new members who weren't here last time for your presentation of what those two involved with?
So the water improvement systems, it's been a multi-year project that's been going on. We started with up at the top of the hill with our wells, did some improvements there. Moving down the hill, we've got another contract 4 that's in right now to improve our water tank and some other electronics up there for recording purposes. Moving downhill, we put in all brand new water meters in all the buildings and all the homes in the village, along with auto reads. We got fire hydrants in the process that are going to be done this year. We also have a contract 5, which is putting in new water line, replacing a water line, I should say, on Old Route 28 down here in the village, going from a 4-inch PVC pipe to like an 8-inch ductile line like the rest of the system. On the sewer system, we're barely hanging on by a thread. All of our electronics control boxes have all gone on the fritz earlier this winter. We have looking at getting those ordered to get those replaced. I've had DES out, and we've had just a ton of issues. Everything's 22, 23 years old right now, so it's all, come to an end. There's a bunch of different things that we have to do out there. Control boxes being the main ones, and also a lot of improvements that need to be looked at as well while we're out there. We had an expert come out and help us go through some of those different things. But all these different improvements are going to be awful tough going forward and keeping up with where we're at with the gross understaffing that we have going on in our department. I think there's a lot of confusion, but it's going to be awful hard to get everything that needs to be done with our department this year. So just want to give that forewarning to everybody here.
Thank you. Commissioner McGee, do you have any updates on the contract for the water system?
We do not. It's been issued,
Yep.
and work is going to start, I believe,
April.
April 25.
April, yes.
Okay, and who was that awarded to?
That was awarded to, Ginny, how do you pronounce it, Ginny?
Underwood.
Underwood, I'm sorry, Underwood Engineering. Get them confused.
Underwood's our engineers.
Right.
They won't be doing the work, they'll be subbing it out, my guess.
No, I forget how, it starts with the N, Naces and Sons or something like that. They're a firm out of Massachusetts that won the bid for the water line.
Perfect, thank you. Those are two. $1,500 for the annex cleanout project. Is that for something that,
I gotta go.
I'm not seeing that on the list.
I'm not seeing.
it's the third one down?
Third one down, I have is laundry facility.
Here's a different sheet, here's a different.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob, it's on here, it's on our sheets.
It's on the back. Oh, yeah, waste management. We did a lot of hoeing out of this building, and these are dumpster expenses.
When were the dump, was it done this year or was it done last year and we're paying it this year?
We finished it off in this year.
Okay, so these are
The dumpster
current.
was just removed last week.
So these are current for 2025, 2025?
Yes.
Thank you. Wheelchair van, the discussion through the budget process was that ARPA money can now be used to pay for that instead of having it part of the budget. Same thing with Bob's laundry upgrade for the design and for the RFQ and RFP processes. Talk to us about the annex roof repair.
The annex roof repair is part of the, that was combined with the jail roof replacement. The annex roof repair is just doing repairs to this roof so it'll last. We don't want to replace this roof yet. It's structurally sound, but it needs some love, and that's what we're going to give it.
Yep, I think that was part of the overall, when we were looking at this annex as well, there was part of a maintenance program.
Correct.
Happening.
Correct.
And this is part of it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Representative
Woodcock.
Update on the, may I ask Bob a question?
Of course.
Well, on the last meeting, the jail was an issue at that point with pouring rain and wind. Did that get resolved? Is that done?
The roof?
Fixed, repaired?
No, the roof at the jail is going to get recovered.
It's not done at all, so it's still leaking?
Yes.
Okay, I thought when...
That's a project we can't do in the cold weather.
Okay.
Because it involves rubber and glues
All right.
and all.
I thought the way...
We're
Okay.
scheduled to start the beginning of May.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Asbestos abatement as well. Director Murray, while you're standing?
Yeah, as soon as we get authorization from wherever we're getting the money from to start, the asbestos abatement in this building will happen.
And just walk us through that program, project for the people who weren't here for it.
This section of the building that you're in right now was built in the late 80s. It's clean, no asbestos, but in the front part of the building, which was built in 1968, we've got floor tiles, floor tile adhesive, caulking around the doors and windows. There's no pipe insulation, but there's a lot of floor tiles that need to come up, and we have the money to do this, and I think it's a good idea to get it going.
Understood. And the IT consultant, we've already had plenty of discussion on. Bottom line, it's 248833.
Mr. Chairman, we have had a lot of discussion on the IT consultant, so I've crossed that off, but we discussed $45,000 for IT equipment here instead of in the operating budget, and $157,000 for the IT project that we took out of the capital. That just happened. At least the new equipment and the consultant. He kept the consultant in the IT budget and took equipment out today. And then I do ask a question there, like what is the process going forward? Will it be the whole delegation or the executive committee as things are ready to be approved? Trying to squeeze everything as possible in today because I don't know what the process is going to be.
Seeing as we are basically, it's a change of use from where we appropriated funds to. And for the new people, ARPA money is not part of our regular budget process. It's off book. So it's not one-time expenses are not hitting our operating budget. That was the original direction from Treasury on that, is to not have it be part of the budget process, but a separate entity, so that way it can be tracked, monitored, and audited separate from our regular, because it's two different set of requirements between our regular budget and then something that's off budget. Okay, so what's the new number, Ms. Siemens?
So I didn't have a clear answer to the question. Are we adding the new equipment in and the 157,000 for the IT project?
You have to be more specific on the IT project. Is that part of what we discussed today earlier? Or is that an additional?
It was originally in the capital budget, but we removed it. There's no one from IT here, so let me give it a shot, maybe Bob.
No, that's all good. I just want to make sure that we are moving in the right direction, so we can get what we can done. That's, what is it?
No, she ran through. so-
To the food bank? Do we have a number?
So your original total, sorry, was 2,483,333 minus 20,000 plus 45,000 plus 157,000. So a new total of 2,670,333 from the formerly ARPA funds.
267?
2,670,333.
Okay. And we will be forwarded that new list when we are finished. Motion to approve 2670333 for formerly ARPA funds for the projects that have been enumerated in front of you.
So moved.
Thank you, Representative Woodcock. Second.
Second.
Any further discussion or questions from the
Balance in the fund? Does it zero out the balance?
Oh, no. We got plenty, but that's a good question for finance.
I didn't hear.
Balance, ARPA balance after this?
Yes.
We can wait, I can get that information afterwards.
One of the sheets, one of the handouts previously,
Should
I don't
have-
have an exact total now.
Over 4 million and change left.
Yeah, it was about 7.4 before we did this, but roughly.
Thank you.
All right, do we have the Hales budget? Mr. Carter.
Let's see, what do we want here? Rep. Taylor,
Yes.
Rep. Smith.
Yes.
I vote yes. Rep. Brown.
Yes.
Rep. Hamlin.
Yes.
Rep. Crawford.
Yes.
Rep. McDonald, not here. Rep. Petterman.
Yes.
Rep. Bucco.
Yes.
Rep. Woodcock.
Yes.
Rep. Burrows. Rep. McAleer.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair.
Yes. Okay, that is all of the ARPA funds that have been requested up to this point. Representative Woodcock.
Sure.
For the final amount of ARPA funds, do you want the executive committee to handle it, or do you want to have the full delegation handle it?
Executive committee's fine with me, sir.
Motion to approve the executive committee to handle the transfers and new projects. Well, actually, some of those projects, the full delegation has to, because it's larger than
As required, it's fine.
as required. So the full delegation will be handling all of the ARPA transfers,
All? Okay.
because they do include upgrades to county buildings and lands, so it would have to come in full delegation.
Okay, thank you.
And we will be as flexible as possible. I apologize for the delay. We just can't finish the revenue unless we do the Hales budget, because there is part of their budget does reimburse the commissioners and county for expenses. Nope, we're not doing that. I think it's being printed and shipped over, am I correct, Ms. Siemens?
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I have is the warrant that was brought over, the full budget wasn't, and the office is closed. With a recess, I can get that for you, but I know your time is valuable as everything else is in here.
Well,
It is
we
posted.
can't, the full delegation has to vote on the Hales location budget. We have House next week, Wednesday and Thursday. I'm not bringing the delegation
I'm afraid to
back.
print something, because I don't want to miss anything, but that's what I can do for you.
It's 4:30. We had a 12 or 13-hour day. Some of us had 13-hour days yesterday. We've been here for 3.5 hours. This has been on our docket for 2 weeks, at least 3 weeks now. We had a 20-day notice on that, 14-day notice on it.
Correct, 14.
I don't want to approve the Hales location budget without actually seeing the breakdown. I think it's, unless I'm being too rigid, but if somebody has a better idea. Representative Taylor.
Mr. Chairman, does the executive committee have the authority to address this?
It's never been brought up, however, I know that the delegation has to approve the Hales location budget.
Thank you.
If the delegation, I'm unclear on the warrant, for the laws for warrants, whether it requires full delegation approval, or if we can kick it to the executive committee and meet next week and take care of it. If we don't, it will only be the executive committee. We're not bringing the delegation back. We're either done today or kicking it to the executive
Can
committee.
I just ask a question?
Please.
So do you have last year's amount for their total budget for school and town? Do you have that amount?
I do not.
Does
Sorry.
Whoa.
Yeah, get rid of me, and I was going to try to screen share, I do apologize for the interruption. Let me see if we have last year's.
So nobody has a key next door?
I can go, and I can print this.
Okay.
Yes, I was just asking if you wanted to recess for a moment. I just don't want to miss anything important.
We're done other than Hales location and setting the tax rate.
Okay.
So if you want to go and take care of that, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
4:42.
It's notice for after, sorry.
4:22. Just going to clarify the minutes.
Ms. Siemens?
I think so, I'm just not sure that I have it in.
So another question before we even look at it, the commissioners approved those budgets.
4:41.
Do we have signed copies of
No.
those? So we only have signed copies of warrants.
Correct. Is there not?
Commissioner McGee,
Yes.
have you looked at the budget for Hales location?
Yes.
You guys signed off on it?
Yes.
And we don't have any copies of those?
I wasn't aware you needed one, and I apologize.
I don't have the signature copies because I didn't take it off the board, I just printed from my computer.
Okay, but they are
I
signed.
wasn't aware you just.
The warrant signed, the budget signed.
But the budget portion is signed, because that goes to DRA. The warrant goes on the warrant.
What's that?
What did you give me to sign?
You signed the warrant and you signed the budget.
Okay.
Both are posted in our building on the board. I didn't take them from there, I just printed my PDFs that I had of them.
It was a few, I don't know.
To expedite this, I... Nope. I'm sorry.
We're back in session.
4:43.
Apologize again for the delay.
Thank you. Thank you. She's right there. Yeah, she's coming.
All right. Getting crazy over there, huh?
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yeah, you sure?
Yeah, I am.
We can share, hey, you know, we're unlike you, we'll share, Richard.
Was that budget?
Carroll offered.
I even told that
The
buddy.
budget I have in my hand is $169,263.
Okay, well, that was approved by the vote of the commission.
Thank you.
March 4th.
So for the two new members, there is an appropriation part, and then there is also a warrant part, and then there is a revenue part. So just when we're going through them, they're on their individual pages.
Oh, there's zeros here.
We have 168, 167. Those are the proposed appropriations for the warrant article. They match the warrant article, number for number. Motion to approve 168, 167. Then we'll have discussion.
So moved.
Thank you, Representative Crawford. Second?
Second. Oh, you got it.
Dealer's choice. Selectman McGee, would you like to go over your budget? He's acting as selectman right now.
That was good.
That was good.
Well, we went over the budget with the conflict, and I thought it was fairly straightforward. Are there questions you have about specific things?
Nope, anything stand out that is out of line or anything that needs to be?
Selectmen in Marlboro also, nothing that piqued my particular interest. You may find something that I'm not aware of, but I did not come up with anything.
Representative Brown?
Yeah, I have a question. I probably forgot this from the last time we brought it up, but all these fees for ambulance and fire, those are fees that you pay to other communities for that service, right? Are there any services,
Follow-up?
are there any services that Hales Location provides for itself? It's all outside, I assume, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Everything.
Thank you.
They don't do that, they don't do anything.
I just want to
Never
make
been
sure.
up yet.
Thank you.
All right, it's pretty straightforward. Any, do the new people have any questions on this or why we're doing it?
No questions.
Motion's been made and seconded for 168, 167. Mr. Clark?
Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
I vote yes. Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamblin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Representative McDonald. Here. Representative Pettingill.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Burrows is not with us here. Representative McAleer.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. We're going to approve the warrant article for 168, 167. There's Article 2 for your notation. Motion to approve Article 2 on the warrant.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
McAleer, Pettingill. Any questions, Mr. Clark?
Is it the school?
Negative, it is, it looks like it is just the appropriations for the town right now.
Okay.
Mr. Clark?
Okay. Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
I vote yes. Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamblin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Representative McDonald, not here. Representative Peternal.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yeah.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
And Mr. Clerk. Mr. Chair.
Yes, please, yeah.
Yes.
All right. We have the school portion of the I don't see a budget for the school.
We're sharing one, we have representative.
Do you have it? Beautiful, thank you.
Richard may, you know,
No,
Richard.
I'm good.
How about that, will you?
$100,127 for the school budget. Any questions on the school budget
Yes, sir.
for Selectman McGee? Right ahead, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Just two questions. On line 1199, can you tell me how many students that is?
That would be 5.
5 students, and they all go to various places?
2 go to Freiburg and 3 go to Conway.
Okay. And may I follow my second question?
Please.
What is the other administration for $13,000, 10% of the budget?
That's split 3 ways between the treasurer, the selectman, and the tax collector.
Get it.
The selectmen being the
Follow-up?
the selectmen being the commissioners?
Yes, the commissioners act as a select board for unincorporated towns.
Do you get an extra fee for that? May I ask how much, curiosity?
It's 2,000.
And
You want a breakdown of that line?
no, it just seems to me that that'd be part of their job. I mean, it's just, I don't know what the selectmen do for Hale's location.
I didn't make it up.
No,
I inherited it.
I bet you take it, aren't you? Okay.
I
That's what I just wondered. Okay, thank you. It's a hell of a job. I like it.
Representative McAleer.
Yes, I have a question. Well, why is the administration on the school budget and not on the town budget?
Oh, there is on a town budget. My, anyway, Carroll found it, what was it, Carroll? There was one, man, Chair?
Please,
Yeah,
yes.
there was, we just found one on our shared budget here, different name though.
It's a different, that's all.
It's policy.
You have your financial
It's
administrator.
the same, well, very close numbers on both budgets.
I don't know, what was that?
It's a good question. What is the financial administration on the standard budget? What does that cover?
That's split between,
I see it?
I know the answer to this one, it's not
There's no administration.
Does it go to employees of Hale's location, or does this come back to the county?
I can't remember. How does that work? We asked this question.
They make this.
I'm asking employee at the location.
All right, so we're still on the school budget.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Just a question.
Representative Woodcock.
I know we did the budget, but this is what you asked about the same question. The 11th, just curiosity, $13,000 for personnel administration. What is that person doing? You know how many personnel, right?
The tax collector and the town clerk. Oh, which one are we talking about?
4155 on the MS 636.
Yeah.
There's one employee at Hale's location.
You do what?
There's one employee at Hale's. She bills the taxes twice a year for Hale's and collects them. She also does the assessing software up there. She
Okay.
has office hours
Okay.
for the folks at Hale's.
Okay, I was just, where it said personnel administration, trying what persons they administer, if there aren't any.
Yeah,
Okay,
there
thank
is
you.
one.
You're welcome, Representative Woodcock. All right, any further questions on the school budget? We have a first and a second for $100,127. Motion to approve has been made and seconded.
I'll second.
Oh, I thought we did. Motion to approve, $100,127. Brown McAleer sounds great.
Okay.
Any further questions? Mr. Clark?
Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
Representative Meany? Yes. Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Hamblin?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Representative Petternoll?
Yes.
Representative Bucher?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative McAleer?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Thank you. Move to approve Article 1, which is part of the operating budget for Hales Local School for $100,127, which is Article 1.
So moved.
Petronell and Brown,
Yes.
any questions? Mr. Clerk?
Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Hamblin?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Representative Donald? Nope, you got this right. Representative Petternoll?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative McAleer?
Yep.
And
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Thank you. Passes?
Yes.
Unanimous, thank you.
Yes.
All right, so now that we've finished approving Hales location budgets and warrants in accordance with our duties, we do have a line in the budget in revenues on page 1 for $25,500. Can we ask what that is for and where that is in the budget?
It's an aye.
That's 036 on the first page.
That's where it came from. That's what you're asking, the application where it's coming from.
Selectman McGee on the revenues.
If I could find, the latest one.
I still have some.
Looking at revenue for $25,000.
The income that the county receives from Hales is a reimbursement because the Hales employee is processed through the payroll here. And so that is reimbursed by Hales back to the county, and that's that income. But I actually think it's a little bit low, because I would base it on that 13,000 sorry, 13,214, I believe it was.
Personnel.
13,124 personnel administration. I think that Hale's income number should actually be 26,248 instead of 25,500 or.
I just want to know where it is in their budget.
It's
So-
in the personnel administration.
I see 13,000,
That's what she was saying, that she
Yeah.
thinks it's wrong.
so we have wrong numbers on our sheets?
That was just an estimate back, but the Hales employee also gets the 3% across the board non-union increase, so that should be a little bit higher than last year. Last year it was budgeted at 25.5, and this year it's the same, but it should be higher if she got an increase.
So I'm looking for where we would get 25.5 of revenue out of the appropriations from the MS 636.
So in the personnel administration, the 13,124
Yep.
number, and then, all right, too many versions here, the school.
She's already used to
Administration is like.
Okay, so the school's a little bit different, 13,464, but together, whatever those two add up together is, I think it should be instead of 25.5.
166.
And I can do that now, I'll just, only have 2 minutes.
This was approved how many weeks ago, though?
2 weeks, let's say 2 probably, because I could post it for 14
You
days.
say the
period.
4th?
Thank you.
4th of March.
And that's just on me, I overlooked my note on that one, to raise that one a little bit. This number. This number. 26,588, is that?
Is that the number you're giving us?
Yes, and also the treasurer and the selectmen are also processed through payroll, so.
Okay. Motion to approve 26588 for unincorporated places revenue. Representative Smith, Representative somebody. Brown, please. Any discussion? Mr. Clark.
Representative Taylor.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
I vote yes. Representative Brown.
Yes.
Representative Hamlin.
Yes.
Representative Crawford.
Yes.
Representative McDonald. Representative Peternal.
Yes.
Representative Bucco.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative McAdoo.
Yes.
Representative Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Do we have a revenue article as well? Because we have to appropriate revenue somewhere.
I thought it was in the back.
At the back,
It's in the back.
in the back, it says estimated amount of taxes to be raised.
Right.
Back of both forms.
Correct. So we have 2 expenditure warrants, we do not have a revenue warrant.
I don't know, that's the way the warrants are, they come out of Hales.
We never did a revenue, although we always took in a revenue warrant from them for car registrations, property taxes and everything else, and then we set their tax rate.
It is shown.
The revenue's just in the budget document, it's not on the warrant.
Because I'm pretty sure at the town level, we do revenue warrant, don't we?
Of course, that's part of your warrant as a town, but I don't know.
It does show you.
I see the revenue in the budget package, I believe. I wonder if we do need a
I don't,
article for revenue.
I'm not sure that you do if they're posted both together.
So I'm just wondering how they do their tax rate if they don't approve revenue.
169,000. That's the front page 9. I think they signed these at the same time. Signed the stuff over there. Expenditure.
Pretty sure in the past we've done a revenue article as well. I do say I get paid $100 a year with the rest of the people at this table. I am not an unlimited knowledge for that price.
You're not doing too bad.
We should get paid extra for delegation commission.
On page 8, they show,
I know we have revenue in the
Document.
budget, in the documents.
So I just received a response from the health location tax collector. She said it's, and she's been there for several years, she said it's never been on the warrant, just the expenses.
Sounds great, thank you for the clarification. Just to make sure, because we're here, we want to get it done. Don't want to come back. All right. Now the fun stuff. Has our interest income changed? I think it should be more than $150,000 if we've been receiving over $30,000, or does the ARPA money go into a separate, into the ARPA fund? Because that is considered income.
The ARPA funds and the related interest that's accumulated over the years is still maintained in a separate bank account
Thank you.
outside of the general fund.
Okay? This interest income is from our funds that are in our general fund at the time when they're in there?
I didn't hear it inside.
For our new members, when we have funds in our general fund, they accrue interest, and we book the revenue here from that. The question was, is it still $150,000, or should it be more because I know interest rates have gone down?
I just carried over what was recommended previously in December.
Okay. Do we have the total number in revenue for the county that is received from every place other than taxes?
And without the surplus to reduce taxes.
Correct, without the surplus.
The total with the nursing home and the general fund, revenue,
The total revenue aside from the appropriation from taxes.
okay, $14,895,754.
Get that number?
14895,754.
Louder?
14895,754.
Thank you. Motion to approve revenue. 14895,754. Representative Smith.
Seconds.
Representative Hamblin. Any discussion? So these numbers that you see in front of you for the new people, it is the revenue that we agreed upon for the nursing home and associated line items for other departments. Any questions? Mr. Clark.
Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
Yes. Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative McDonald? Crawford?
Yes.
Representative Petteril?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative McAleer?
yes.
And Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Now, What do we have in fund balance?
I'm just referring to the email I sent out to the delegation last night, so, okay. So, fund balance. Keep in mind this includes the ARPA money, the formerly ARPA money.
Okay, so that is not,
As provided by the auditor.
that is not fund balance. Our ARPA money is a separate book item, shouldn't be deposited into our general fund.
I'm just going with what the auditor told us yesterday. So I have the math of, I have the fund balance, and then if you deduct the ARPA and the interest, and just take it all out. Take it all out?
I want a fund balance. ARPA money is not fund balance. ARPA money is ARPA money. Shouldn't be commingled with our general fund. We had an issue with that back in 2015 when we commingled bond money and it disappeared.
Okay.
Do we need another recess?
No, I'm just backing out what the auditor recommended, so I can do that. I just need a second, okay? Thank you.
Tom?
Representative Bucco.
On the bottom of this page, it says if you use 4,822,000, it's only gonna leave two months' worth of county expenses. That seems pretty close. I don't know what the balance is, but if you take that much, I don't need to.
That makes two of us, bud.
I don't need to go into the auditor.
Issue of running a fire truck.
There's no way that's fund balance. Because they're not unassigned. The ARPA money has been assigned, so it's not unassigned. So I would suggest you tell the auditors to fix that, because it looks like there's about $11 million in fund balance. Because that money has been appropriated to the annex project, which has been encumbered by vote of the delegation.
I don't know if now's the time, but because we took the standard allowance, the ARPA money was applied to nursing and agency in 2024. So the money that remains is what's left in the budget after we paid out agency and the nursing with the ARPA money. That's how the standard allowance worked. I'm not arguing, I'm just offering the information that we have.
Understood.
Okay. So it appears from this that we have that $11 million. Not sure how to answer your question based on what the auditor sent us and the disagreement over how the ARPA is allocated, so.
There will be a major disagreement. I'm happy to talk to them about it.
Okay.
It shouldn't be in fund balance.
It shouldn't be in fund balance. We allocated it to this project and other projects. So. So as it looks right now, Representative Bucco, we have about $11 million in change. I'm uncomfortable with the exact number. However, using $4 million of it will leave a balance of approximately $7 million, which would carry the county for 2 months. That's almost a 20% in reserves.
That's an extremely healthy fund balance.
20%. DRA usually recommends between 7 and 10% on hand.
Yeah.
7 to 17.
Yep, 7 to 17, we're exceeding that if we leave $7 million in change.
$7 million is 2 months worth of expenses?
Basically.
I mean, 11 or 7?
11, currently we would have $11 million in unassigned fund balance.
Is that from did the auditors document that?
The auditors think we have $18 million in change. They're including the ARPA money because there was a change from having a separate general funds, which was the explanation we just got. I don't agree with that. I think our ARPA money has been expended to certain projects. We expended the remaining money to the annex project, which should have been booked separately as encumbered, which is why we're transferring out of it. The water project was previously approved. We just expended that contract. $7 million has been accounted for. It should be part of an unassigned fund balance because technically it's not unassigned. It's been assigned.
Well, that's right, it says unassigned.
Right.
That's the title of it.
So if we take the $18 million of unassigned balance minus the $7 million in change, again, I don't have the exact numbers, leaves us roughly $11 million. So again, I make the same $100 you do.
But as you said earlier, I mean, I've seen what happened here when we said we had something like $7 million in unassigned fund balance, and then it turned out we were actually in the hole.
Right. Right, and we finished that year. We had to have a supplemental budget, and we finished that year $200,000 in the black.
Yeah, right. So I'm only questioning if the auditor that gave you those numbers.
That was our former CFO, hired the auditor. It's Vashon Coupe, correct?
We've been with Vashon Coupe for 3 years now, that firm.
Let's just go with the 4.8.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not an auditor. I rely on them. Whatever they tell me is what I go
Well,
with.
that's why I'm asking you where it came, where that money, where that amount is coming from. If it's the auditor, usually the auditor says, okay, you're finished with your budget, here's how much you have in unassigned fund balance. I don't see that happening. I don't know where we're coming up with the figures.
Apparently they did that, but they just added the ARPA money to it, correct? So we just subtract that out and that should be, assuming
We
the,
have roughly $11 million, using $5 million of that to give back to the taxpayers because we've had some over revenues the last few years. And we had a surplus in the budget. I'm not opposed to that to keep the tax rates stable.
Why don't you just go to 5 million?
Representative Smith moves $5 million to be used for surplus to reduce taxes. Second.
Second.
Representative Crawford. Any further discussion? I can't give you an exact number, Tom, of what would be left in the fund balance.
Well,
We would be
it's gonna,
right around 6, 8 to 7 million.
It's gonna change.
yeah.
Wouldn't that change depending when we have the opera allocation?
No, I'm not including any of the ARPA money.
At all, okay.
At all,
Okay.
at all. That has been As far as I'm concerned, the delegation has expended all those funds.
Seems to
Yes.
me, Mr. Chair, we really don't have a good handle on this. I don't mean us, I mean the,
I'm doing my best to make sure that we can finish
yeah,
today.
okay.
I completely understand.
I mean, the finances from the,
Yep.
that we're getting presented doesn't give us sufficient accurate data, so.
Correct. Representative Smith,
I just,
please.
so we beat this to death. Fund balance is a recommended target. The high end is 17%. You don't need to be there. We're somewhere near that or less. Using 5 million is a solid number. We're still going to be safe in fund balance.
Is that 5%?
5 million.
Yeah, what's the percentage? He wants to know what.
We don't know the exact number, we know the exact
Balances.
percentage.
We have around $7 million left over.
Yeah.
Our budget will be $42 million. That would leave us just under 20% or so.
Which is what?
20% would be 8.4.
Which is,
Well,
So we're at least 15 to 18%,
our
somewhere
town
around
is 12 and a half, so.
we're good.
It's about 12 and a half.
So you're saying that's enough, Carol?
I think that would be sufficient to leave for us for a
You
surplus.
know, let me
Yeah,
say
certainly,
one
Representative Bucco.
One other thing is that this unassigned fund balance technically is not a cash account. It's all your assets minus all your liabilities.
Correct.
And it's used to show that your economic strength.
yes.
It's not a cash thing where you just go and say, well, let's use that. It's all the assets and all the minus all the liabilities.
Right, it's basically the balance on the balance sheet.
My only concern is that we leave enough.
I think we're leaving plenty, and I think we're also underestimating some of our revenues. We might be getting another good year because of our current
Can I ask-
accounting of expenses allocated to the nursing home, which would include, last year would include an overage for agency fees.
Oh.
So, without kicking that beehive again.
Is okay, the auditor?
Yes.
Are they in here working now, or?
Yes.
I need to tune up.
Representative Smith has moved 5 million, seconded by Representative Crawford. Any further discussion? Mr. Clark, we're running real late.
Offset taxes by $5 million from fund
No,
balance.
we're only using fund balance, we're not offsetting taxes just yet.
Okay. From fund balance, $5 million.
Yes.
All right. Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
I vote yes. Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Hamblin?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Representative Pettingill?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yeah.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Medalier and Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Unanimous.
So that gives us an other revenue which has not been approved, added on to the interest income, gives us 5150000, which is the total to offset taxes. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you. Representative Smith and Woodcock, please.
Please read that motion once more.
Please, it would be 5150000.
150. That's the purpose of offsetting taxes.
Correct. It's to return the taxpayers their money.
Excellent. Anyone else have a call?
Please.
Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
I vote yes.
Yes.
Representative Brown? Representative Hamblin?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Representative Pettingill?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative McAleer?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Ms. Siemens, with that new number and our revenue from our previous motion, what is left to be raised by taxes?
Just want to understand the previous motion was the total on the other revenue at 5150000?
Correct.
Okay, I couldn't quite hear, thank you. taking a vote on the total?
We have to take a vote on everything,
Okay,
so we're not coming back to have to take a vote.
yeah, gotcha.
Thank you. We've had that happen in previous years.
Yes, we have. Okay. I'm showing 22,171,616.
Do it one more time.
Sorry, Carol, first Crawford, 1 second. Just want to make sure I plug it in on the top. Make sure it balances, okay. 22,171,616.
Thank you.
22,171,616.
All right, before we do that, we need a motion on the total between the income all of the other income, including the revenue, because it does not equal 29,003. We need a total on our revenue outside of the nursing home. That includes the surplus to reduce taxes and the interest.
Without the amount to be raised by taxes, or with it?
Correct, I just want to make sure that we were doing the correct numbers. Because I think that was the motion we missed last time.
Okay. Zero that, okay. So the total, without the nursing home, for county revenue. Sorry, the sheet won't do it, 1 second.
Yeah, it's not on our sheets.
Yeah. County revenue with use of fund balance without the nursing home, correct?
Correct.
6,724,972. 6,724,972.
Motion to approve.
I'll move.
Thank you. Second. Mr. Clark?
Motion is to accept revenue 6724972. Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
I vote yes. Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Representative Peternal?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative McAleer?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Unanimous.
So if we add that 6.7 million to the 13.1 from the nursing home, what is that total?
19,894,666. 19894,666.
Okay. That includes all revenue streams from the county. 1989666. Motion to,
19894,666.
Yep. Motion to approve.
I'll move.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Clark?
Motion to approve revenue 1989466. Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
I vote yes. Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Hamlin?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Representative Peternal?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative
Yes.
Woodcock? Representative
Yes.
McAleer? Mr. Chair?
Thank you.
Unanimous.
We have total expenses, which we don't have to go over again. And so does the balance we raised by taxes match the balance that we have from the total for revenue?
The amount to be raised by taxes is 22,171,616.
That is the remainder from the revenue. I just want to make sure they balance.
Yep, that's the revenues less expenses, leaves you to raise 22,171,616.
Perfect. You got that number, Mr. Clerk?
22171616.
2221?
22171616.
Correct.
Okay. Motion to improve the income raised by taxes for $22,171,616.
I'll move.
Thank you. Second, thank you, which is a reduction from last year.
Call.
Please.
Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
I vote yes. Representative Brown?
Yes.
Representative Handlin?
Yes.
Representative Crawford?
Yes.
Representative Petterl?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative McAleer?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
11-0.
Any other business to come before this delegation relating to this budget? Do both numbers match, Ms. Siemens? Expenses and revenues?
Yes, they do.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock, do we have a motion to allow the executive committee to handle any last-minute changes, omissions, adjustments?
That's exactly how we made it, yes.
Thank you. I will second that motion to allow the executive committee to make any changes relative to this budget that is needed or warranted if we've made any mistakes in our math. Any discussion? For our new members, that's typically what we do, so the executive committee can pivot a little quicker than trying to get a whole new delegation together.
Representative Taylor?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
I vote yes.
Yes.
Brown? Handlin?
Yes.
Representative Donald? I'm sorry, Crawford?
Yes.
Representative Petterl?
Yes.
Representative Bucco?
Yes.
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 Lear and Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, 11-0.
Thank you. Any other business to come before the delegation? I do have one piece of business. Today I received the resignation of Commissioner McCarthy. And it was also followed by a phone call. I will leave that up to other people to surmise. That's you, Damon. Seeing no other business to come before the delegation, delegation will be in recess to the call of the chair. The executive committee will be meeting right now for the transfers.
5:30.
I don't have any transfers, Mr. Chairman, I just need the trustees to stay.
We had transfers that we declined from IT that needed to be done before the audit was done.
Nope. We're just gonna do journal entries to close out the
Sounds
year.
good. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you,
Damon, what's up, bud?
When will you schedule a meeting to talk about,
We will schedule, like we did for the other ones we have.
right, but I think you'd like that one next year.
Everybody's schedules are tight as they have. We will have to put out a notice, like applications, like we have done. Probably May.
I don't volunteer. I don't think we have anything to do.
To have the minutes, to go like we did last time.
Okay.
A few weeks, get the whole paperwork.
Get through all the paperwork, put it out to.
Put it out for whatever comes in. Same as you put in last time. 2 weeks ago. It'll also be part of our May, then we'll go like third quarter, so it'll be a dual meeting.
Okay, all right, very good.
You're welcome.
Oh, you got it. Yeah, he knows his ground.